The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Lindstedt, House District 33.
Members, last time, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Dixon, Duran, English, Epps, Evans, Frizzell, Froelich, Garcia, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Herod, Holtorf, Judah, Representative Judah,
Excused.
Joseph, Kip, Leader, Lindsay, Lindstedt, he's here, Luck, Lukens, Lynch, Mabry, Representative Mabry,
Excused.
Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, McLaughlin, Michelson Janae, Ortiz, Parenti, Puglisi, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Sharbini, Sirota, Snyder, Soper, Rep. Soper,
Excused.
Story, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Vigil, Weinberg, Weissman, Wilford, Representative Wilford. No. Wilford's excused. Wilson, Winter, Woodrow, Representative Woodrow. No. Woodrow's excused. Young, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 59 present, 6 excused, we do have a quorum. All right, Representative Lindstedt, bring us home.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with great honor that I make this motion.
Members,
on our
I'll
last
ask
day
you to
together.
keep your voices down. Sorry, Rep. Lindstedt.
It's been nothing short of a privilege to serve with you all this year. I'll just say that if you're excited to go home and spend time with your families, vote yes. And if you're excited to go home and spend time with your families, but it's really cathartic to vote no, vote no. So with that, I move that the Journal of Sunday, May 7th be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, You have heard the motion that a division has been called. I have never seen that done, and it won't be done today. Thank you, Representative Wilson. Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is adopted. Announcements, members. Representative Winter.
Good morning, members. I just wanted to remind you, thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, members. I just want to remind you, I put these on your desk. Some of you said you can't make it. Some of you said you can. There will be more details coming out at the bottom of this. Senator Pelton's, both of them, their aide, she's handling RSVPs and any questions. So if you please reach out to her with any questions. We're really excited to have you all. Please come out to the country.
Excellent. Representative Holtorf.
So Dusty Johnson is the Pelton's plural aide over in SSB. She is asking for RSVPs. We are extending this invitation to legislators and staff. If you want to go, there's been a question, can you bring your kids? Rural Colorado is kid-friendly. So yes, bring them. And if you got a few strapping boys, leave them at my place. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf, I enjoyed the tour of your ranch last year, and I hope members will take advantage. Thank you for offering. Representative Garcia.
Madam Speaker, I just want to announce that it has been hella sick to serve with you this session.
It is an honor to serve with you. Thank you, Representative Garcia, for making every day a new adventure. Any further announcements? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have a tribute this morning, and I would like to have it read at length, please.
Mr. Schiebel, please read our tribute.
The Senate and House of Representatives convened in the 74th General Assembly hereby extend sincere commendations to Elizabeth Haskell, Manager of Constituent Services and Policy and Research Team Leader of the Colorado Legislative Council staff. The House of Representatives and Senate of the Colorado General Assembly wish to acknowledge Elizabeth Haskell's service to the state of Colorado as she retires from the Colorado Legislative Council staff, or LCS. Elizabeth began her career with LCS in 1990 as a summer tour guide and joined the LCS research staff in 1991. She initially staffed several legislative committees before transitioning to a role in special projects, including serving as a staff member in the Joint Legislative Library, where she worked to preserve legislative history, a passion she maintains to this day. From there, Elizabeth joined the Constituent Services team, rising to become Manager of Constituent Services in 2020. During her tenure with the team, Elizabeth helped grow Constituent Services into a dedicated section of the Legislative Council staff, offering a service that countless members of the General Assembly and their aides have relied on and continue to rely on daily. Through this work, Elizabeth has assisted thousands of Colorado residents in navigating state government and finding resources to help improve their lives. In addition to her constituent services work, Elizabeth served as the staff of numerous standing and interim committees, becoming a team leader in the policy and research section of the LCS in 2019. Over the years, Elizabeth has served as a mentor and role model to many members of the Legislative Council staff, upholding and instilling the LCS value of nonpartisanship, service, excellence, integrity, respect, and innovation. Elizabeth is an expert on many legislative processes, including the sunset and sunrise process, committee procedures, and legislative history research. She has contributed to efforts to grow the expertise and professionalism of Legislative Council staff by implementing training programs for staff, by improving and streamlining research processes, and through her adept editing skills. Elizabeth showed tremendous leadership during the COVID-19 pandemic, helping her colleagues navigate a new way of working together and implementing new legislative procedures, including remote testimony. Elizabeth's commitment to the legislative institution is unparalleled. Her many contributions as manager, mentor, and trusted and loyal advisor will be greatly missed as she moves to this next phase in her journey. Elizabeth, we thank you for your years of service, your dedication to the institution of the Colorado General Assembly, and sharing your talents and gifts with us. We extend our best wishes for a rewarding retirement. On request of Representatives Monica Duran and Mike Lynch and Senators Rhonda Fields and Jim Smallwood, given this 8th day of May 2023, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we honor Elizabeth Haskell, a remarkable woman who has dedicated 27 years of her life to serving the people of Colorado through her work in the state legislature. As a manager of constituent services, she has helped thousands of individuals in our state with compassion, dedication, and unwavering commitment. She led our constituent services team throughout COVID, as mentioned earlier, helping numerous constituents with their unemployment claims, and we know, all of us know how many of those we had, and finding the resources they critically needed. Without her help, many constituents would have been left out without any assistance whatsoever. Congratulations on your retirement. I wish you the best in your future endeavors, and I thank you so much for your service to the state of Colorado.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this day when we get to go home, go back to our districts, back to our lives, there are people like Elizabeth that have dedicated her life to supporting the process that we are here to uphold. We're gathered with the staff here. I mean, these are the people that really make this happen through us, through the ebbs and tides of us coming and going. The people that surround you right now are the ones that truly stitch this all together. They are the foundation of what allows us to bring the voices of our constituents to this body and to the lives of our fellow citizens. And we're so grateful for all that you do to make our lives better with all the goofy requests, with all the crazy things. I'm still going to get that resolution to get $1 million a month, but we appreciate all that you do and all that you've done. And another great contribution that you've given to us is Mr. Schiebel. Elizabeth is Mr. Schiebel's mom.
Thank you, members, and congratulations. It's nice to have everyone here this morning to celebrate our final day. Congratulations. The House will stand in a brief recess.
The House will come back to order. We have a couple quick announcements and introductions. Madam Speaker, are you ready? We're going to wait on the announcement. Yeah? Okay, do we need to move out of order, or is it already on the first thing on the calendar? It's out of order. It's out of order? Yeah. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions.
What's the number of the resolution? Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Resolution 23-1006.
House Resolution 1006 by Representative McCluskey concerning the approval by the House of Representatives of the Speaker's appointment of Daniel Wolf to the Independent Ethics Commission.
Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you. Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy, it is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you as well, Madam Speaker.
I move House Resolution 1006 and ask that it be read at length.
Whereas Section 52A2 of Article 29 of the Colorado Constitution provides that one member of the Independent Ethics Commission created in Section 5.1 of that article, hereafter referred to as the Commission, shall be appointed by the House of Representatives, and Section 24, 18.5, 101, 2A, Colorado Revised Statutes, provides that said appointment shall be made by the Speaker of the House of Representatives with the approval of 2/3 of the members elected to the House. And whereas pursuant to such authority, Speaker McCluskey appoints Daniel Wolf to the Independent Ethics Commission to succeed Commissioner Amy Cow upon the conclusion of her term. And whereas Mr. Wolf is a real estate, business, and commercial law attorney with over 30 years of diverse and wide-ranging experience, primarily practicing in Summit and Eagle counties and surrounding mountain communities. And whereas Mr. Wolf lives in Silverthorne, where he has raised his family for the past 25 years. And whereas Mr. Wolf is active in both his community and the Colorado Bar Association. And whereas Mr. Wolf is widely recognized as an authority on complex legal issues and represents a wide variety of entities ranging from small businesses to publicly traded businesses, contractors of all sizes, workers in Leadville to wealthy foreign nationals in Vail, condominium associations to nonprofits, doctors to veterinarians to engineers and other professionals, restaurants to retail stores to hotels and local special districts. And whereas Mr. Wolf has helped and advised clients on all types of legal issues in a wide range of settings, including before judges, county, municipal, and other governmental boards and commissions. And whereas Mr. Wolf provides independent and unvarnished counsel to clients, including many boards on all matters of issues, including ethical issues and compliance with applicable laws. And whereas Mr. Wolf is a founder, trustee, and a former longtime chairman of the Peak School in Frisco, Colorado. And whereas Mr. Wolf has served on the boards of directors for the Vail Valley chapter of the Salvation Army and Team Breckenridge Sport Club. And whereas Mr. Wolf was appointed to and currently serves on the 5th Judicial District Judicial Performance Commission and has served 2 terms on the 5th Judicial District Nominating Commission. And whereas on the basis of his extraordinary service as an experienced attorney, his resolution of diverse and complex legal issues, and his imperative community outreach and knowledge, Daniel Wolf has demonstrated the qualifications that will allow him to serve as a respected member of the Colorado Independent Ethics Commission in an exemplary manner and to provide leadership on matters of ethics in a way that will reflect well upon the House of Representatives, the Colorado General Assembly, and the state of Colorado. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the state of Colorado that the House of Representatives hereby approves Speaker McCluskey's appointment of Daniel Wolf to the Independent Ethics Commission for a 4-year term commencing July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2027.
Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, it is my honor and privilege to bring forward today a nominee for the Independent Ethics Commission. Dan Wolf is a respected attorney on the Western Slope who has served my community and other communities in admirable ways. He's been an advocate for some of our workers in Leadville. He's an employment law attorney who has worked to try and bring mediation to the workplace and solve complex legal issues on many other fronts. But I want you all to know that he is a man of integrity, a man who has stood up to be a local community leader. He and I have participated in cleanup days and picked up trash off of our highways. We have served together in delivering community dinners at our Elks Lodge. He's a family man, a man of integrity, and I believe that he will bring a commitment to the Independent Ethics Commission in a way that will make us all proud. I ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Resolution 23-1006. This motion does require a 2/3 vote. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 1 excused, House Joint Resolution 1006 passes. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. The next order of business is third reading of bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 303.
Senate Bill 303 by Senators Fenberg and Hansen, also Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Weissman, concerning a reduction in property taxes and in connection therewith, creating a limit of annual property tax increases for certain local governments, temporarily reducing the valuation for assessment of certain residential and non-residential property, creating new subclasses of property, permitting the state to retain and spend revenue up to the proposition HH cap, requiring the retained revenue to be used to reimburse certain local governments for lost property tax revenue and to be deposited in the state education fund to backfill the reduction in school district property tax revenue, transferring general fund money to the state public school fund and to a cash fund to also be used for the reimbursements, eliminating the cap on the amount of excess state revenues that may be used for the reimbursements for the 2023 property tax year, referring a ballot issue and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 303 on third reading, final passage.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seem to make it a habit come down here on third, so might as well keep up the tradition on last day. I'm hoping that you will join me in trying to save Colorado.
Members, we are on thirds. Excuse me, Representative DeGraff. I'll ask everyone to keep their voices down. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although I did bring that on myself, I will admit that. I hope that you'll join me in resisting and turning down what could possibly be what shapes out to be mathematically, from what we understand, and of course we understand very little because of the way that this bill was dropped on us at the last minute, much to the shock of Colorado. Like so many others, inserting itself, changing things, changing constitutional ideas. And one of the things that we've been trying to grasp is from the analysis is the exponential growth that's put in the tabor, that's put in the cap. And if you look at the first year, and this is by nature of a compound interest, and you can look at this with, it's the case with, well, really the way the government does its budgeting. And that's in that it adds, in this case, 1% over the requisite growth every year. Just adds 1%, adds 1%, adds 1%. And you think, well, that's just 1%. That's a reasonable growth. That would cause a doubling in about 100 years. Like you would grow 1%, that it would take another one. It would take 100 years, but that's not the case. What we're talking about in the growth of the cap is an exponential growth. And the economists from downstairs, from the governor's office that should be supporting and executing the will of the people via the representation in this room instead of promulgating policy, two members in this room gave us the first 2 years. And that's what will show up in the blue book for the people of Colorado. They'll see the first 2 years and they'll be promised something, and it is not true. Well, actually, the first 2 years are true, but 1%, 1%, 1%, I think that doubles like something like every 30 years. So this sets this up for an exponential growth of government, of the taking of taxes from the people of Colorado. And it's hidden behind those first 2 years. Because in order to see exponential growth, and you can think about it in terms of if you have an investment at 7% and an investment at 8%, well, the first 2 years, like in a normal economy, let's pretend this was a normal economy, not one devastated by bad policy, but if you had your investments growing at 7 and 8%, you wouldn't see the difference at year 1 and 2, but you would at year 10. And you really would at year 20. And you'd definitely notice at year 30. And what we're doing with 303, what you're doing with 303, I'm not involved, I'm not party to it. What you're doing with 303 is you are setting up the people of Colorado for the negative of that compound interest. So where you would say, yes, I want that 8% instead of that 7% because that's going to grow. And I'm going to notice it in 30 years when I need it. That 1% is still going to grow. Only it's growing negatively against the people of Colorado. Why would a responsible legislature allow exponential growth of government, not just allow, but intentionally place exponential growth of government, insert the exponential extraction of the livelihood, of the property, of the people of Colorado into legislation and then try to pass it through in the dark of night? Well, I know why it would be tried to be passed through in the dark of night. But that is what's in there. And most of you don't know it. And I've asked the economists, we've asked the economists downstairs, we have not received answers. We were promised answers, but when we ask, how does this work? How does this not happen? So what we're offering, what this legislature, again, not we, you, what this legislature is offering is a Faustian bargain. And you're telling the people of Colorado that you will, because of bad policy that was done by the General Assembly, you will now be subject to the largest tax increase in history in property tax. Or, if you make this bargain, you will get the largest tax increase in Colorado history, minus a little bit, if. And the if is key, because the if is if you will sign up for a program that will, in several years, eliminate any refunds out of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, effectively eliminating the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, which seems to be the goal, because there's no reason to write the policy that way unless that is the goal. This 303 and 1311 and the progressive income tax that makes to disincentivize work, to disincentivize progress, to disincentivize achievement, is promulgated along with 303, which is promising only a slight relief from the really bad policy imposed by legislation if and only if you will sign up for a program that will eliminate the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And not just eliminate the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, but put the cap on an exponential growth pattern. Now that's what we know from the analysis that our economists have done, and of course there's no opportunity to deal with that. There's no opportunity to have the debate, because a major constitutional issue in this body for expedience to put forth an ideology, impose an ideology on the people of Colorado was limited to 4 hours. But those are the choices that you're giving Colorado. You are giving Colorado. Biggest tax increase in history, or biggest tax increase in history minus a little bit if you surrender the Bill of Rights. If you surrender your rights as a taxpayer. Those are the options with which you are actually presenting Colorado. I would hope it will change your mind. I will hope you consider it. I would hope you would look at it and consider that maybe you're not being told the entire story. Because, like I said, this is how baseline budgeting is done.
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Baseline budgeting is done with a growth pattern of just 1 or 2%, and it grows exponentially. And it will grow exponentially. It doesn't grow in the first 2 years, and when you present the booklet to people in Colorado, they'll see the first 2 years not so bad, but you will be imposing on them something in the backside that grows exponentially, not in their favor. And it's on you.
Representative DeGraff.
I urge a no vote.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
So members, I don't come down here a whole lot, but I usually come down when I have a problem with the process, and it really gets under my skin when we don't do things the way that they should be done. We knew about this issue when we started this session. This was not one of the problems that we sought to fix with our 5 bills. This was an issue that we knew was coming. And yet, without a lot of, at least my members' input, we put together a piece of legislation that came to us in the last final days of this session. And it's not just a minor piece of legislation. This is one that, well, in effect, as my colleague said, get rid of Tabor. And I know there's a lot of disagreements about Tabor, but I would concede that Tabor has kept us, Taxpayer Bill of Rights has kept us in check in Colorado. And we kind of figured there'd be some way of trying to get rid of Tabor this session, and I thought maybe we'd have time to combat it a little more, but that didn't happen. So just to make sure we know what's in this, I would like to ask this bill be read at length.
The request is for the bill to be read at length. Please proceed.
First Regular Session 74th General Assembly State of Colorado revised. This version includes all amendments adopted on second reading in the Second House LLSNO 23 to 305.01 ed. DeCheco X 4216 Senate Bill 23 to 303. Senate Committees House Committees Appropriations A bill for an Act 101 concerning a reduction in property taxes, and, in connection 102 therewith, creating a limit on annual property tax 103 increases for certain local governments, temporarily 104 reducing the valuation for assessment of certain 105 residential and non-residential property, creating new 106 subclasses of property, permitting the state to retain 107 and spend revenue up to the Proposition HH cap, 108 requiring the retained revenue to be used to reimburse 109 certain local governments for lost property tax 110 revenue and to be deposited in the State Education Fund 111 to backfill the reduction in school district property 112 tax revenue, transferring general fund money to the 113 State Public School Fund and to a cash fund to also be. House amended second reading May 7, 2023. Senate third reading unamended May 4, 2023. Senate amended second reading May 3, 2023. Senate sponsorship Fenberg and Hansen, Bridges, Buckner, Moreno, Priola. House sponsorship DeGruy, Kennedy and Weissman. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. 101 used for the reimbursements, eliminating the cap on. 102 the amount of excess state revenues that may be used. 103 for the reimbursements for the 2023 property tax year. 104 referring a ballot issue, and making an 105 appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. Section 3 of the bill requires the Secretary of State to refer a ballot issue to voters at the November 2023 election that asks voters whether property taxes should be reduced and that seeks voter approval to retain and spend excess state revenues that will be used to backfill some of the reduced property tax revenue. Most of the bill only becomes effective if the voters approve the ballot issue. Local government property tax revenue limit. Beginning with the 2023 property tax year, Section 6 establishes a limit on specified property tax revenue for local governments, excluding those that are home rule and school districts, that is equal to inflation above the property tax revenue from the prior property tax year limit. A local government may establish a temporary property tax credit, which does not change the gross mill levy, that is up to the number of mills necessary to prevent the local government's property tax revenue from exceeding the limit. Alternatively, the governing board may approve a mill levy that would cause the local government to exceed the limit if the governing board approves the mill levy at a public meeting that meets certain criteria. Valuation changes. The valuation for assessment, valuation of non-residential real and personal property, excluding producing mines and lands or leaseholds producing oil or gas, is based on an assessment rate of 29% of actual value, but currently, there are temporary reductions in the valuation for certain subclasses of property. Section 8 creates the additional temporary reductions. For the 2023 property tax year. For lodging property, property listed under any improved commercial subclass code, and all other non-residential property, excluding agricultural property and renewable energy production property, the assessment rate is reduced from 27.9% to 27.85%. For renewable energy agricultural land, which is a newly created subclass of agricultural property that is valued. -2, 303. Under Section 7, the assessment rate is reduced from 26.4% to 21.9%. Thereafter, the assessment rate for lodging property and all non-residential property, excluding agricultural property and renewable energy production property and property that is not under a vacant land subclass, is reduced from 29% to 27.85% for the 2024 through 2026 property tax years, 27.65% for the 2027 and 2028 property tax years, 26.9% for the 2029 and 2030 property tax years, and 25.9% or 26.9% for the 2031 and 2032 property tax years, depending on the increase in the valuation in the 32 counties with the smallest increases from the 2030 to 2031 property tax years, revenue increases. The assessment rate for agricultural property, excluding renewable energy agricultural land, and renewable energy property is reduced from 29% to 26.4% for the 2025 through 2030 property tax years, and 25.9% or 26.4% for the 2031 and 2032 property tax years, depending on the increase in the valuation in the 32 counties with the smallest revenue increases. The assessment rate for renewable energy agricultural land is reduced from 29% to 21.9% for the 2024 through 2032 property tax years. Beginning with the 2033 property tax year, all of the temporary valuation reductions expire and the valuation of all non-residential real property is 29% of the actual value of the property. The valuation of residential real property is based on an assessment rate of 7.15% of actual value, but currently, there are temporary reductions in the valuation. Section 9 further reduces the valuation of residential real property. For the 2023 property tax year, the valuation is reduced from 6.765% of the amount equal to the actual value minus the lesser of $15,000 or the amount that causes the valuation to be $1,000, alternate amount, to 6.7% of the amount equal to the actual value minus the lesser of $40,000 or the alternate amount. For the 2024 property tax year, the valuation is reduced as follows. For multifamily residential real property, the valuation is reduced from 6.8% of the actual value to 6.7% of the amount equal to the actual value minus the lesser of $40,000 or the alternate amount, and for all other residential real property, the valuation is reduced from an estimate of 6.98% of the actual value to 6.7% of the amount equal to the actual value minus the lesser of $40,000 or the alternate amount. For the 2025 through 2032 property tax years. For multifamily residential real property and primary. -3, 303. Residence real property, including multifamily primary residence real property, the valuation is reduced from 7.15% of the actual value to 6.7% of the actual value minus the lesser of $40,000 or the alternate amount. For qualified senior primary residence real property, including multifamily qualified senior primary residence real property, the valuation is reduced from 7.15% of the actual value to 6.7% of the amount equal to the actual value minus $140,000 or the alternate amount, and for all other residential real property, the assessment rate is reduced from 7.15% to 7.1%. Beginning with the 2033 property tax year, all of the temporary valuation reductions expire and the valuation of all residential real property is 7.15% of the actual value of the property. The bill also establishes that all of the temporary reductions in valuation for residential and non-residential property created in the bill are contingent on the state's ability to retain and spend state surplus up to the Proposition HH cap. If, for any reason, excluding a legislative enactment by the General Assembly, the state is not permitted to retain and spend this money, then the temporary reductions in the bill do not apply. Section 11 creates the residential subclass of primary residence real property for owner-occupiers and establishes administrative procedures related to the classification that are based on the procedures for the homestead exemption, with those procedures expanded to treat civil union partners like spouses. Section 11 also creates the residential subclass of qualified senior primary residence real property, which is a property with an owner-occupier who previously qualified for the senior homestead exemption for a different property and who does not qualify for the exemption for the current property tax year. Sections 1, 12, 13, 15, and 16 delay deadlines as necessary due to the valuation changes for the 2023 property tax year. The state is currently required to reimburse local governmental entities for property tax revenue lost as a result of the reductions in valuation enacted in Senate Bill 22-238. Section 14 modifies this backfill mechanism by specifying that the amount of revenue lost for a property tax year is based on a local governmental entity's mill levy for the 2022 property tax year, excluding specified mills. Including the additional property tax revenue reductions that result from the bill in the backfill for the 2023 property tax year. Eliminating the maximum amount of the backfill for the 2023 property tax year that is a refund of excess state revenues. Extending the backfill for the 2024 through 2032 property. -4, 303. Tax years for the valuation reductions in the bill, but making a local governmental entity that has an increase in real property total valuation of 20% or more from the 2022 property tax year ineligible for the backfill. Creating the local government backfill cash fund, which includes a $128 million general fund transfer, and requiring the money from the fund to be used to backfill revenue to local governments beginning with the 2024 property tax year, and beginning with the 2024 property tax year, proportionally reducing the amount that each eligible local government receives, if necessary to avoid exceeding the total amount that is available for the backfill statewide. Section 14 also modifies the backfill mechanism to treat cities and counties as counties instead of municipalities, and this change is not contingent on voter approval of the ballot issue. Section 18 requires the Department of Revenue to calculate the amount of excess state revenues that will be refunded for the fiscal year 2022 to 23 with and without the changes from the bill. Voter-approved revenue change. If the voters approve the referred ballot issue, then the state will be authorized to retain and spend revenues up to the Proposition HH cap, created in Section 3. For the 2023 to 24 fiscal year, the Proposition HH cap is equal to the excess state revenues cap for the prior fiscal year, adjusted for inflation plus 1% and population changes. Thereafter, the Proposition HH cap is equal to the Proposition HH cap for the prior fiscal year, adjusted for inflation plus 1% and population changes. The Proposition HH cap is also annually adjusted for the qualification or disqualification of enterprises and debt service changes. If the General Assembly does not enact assessment rates for the 2033 property tax year that are the same or lower than the assessment rates for the 2032 property tax year described above, then the Proposition HH cap is reduced to be equal to the excess state revenues cap, and the state will retain $0 under this authority beginning with the 2031 to 32 fiscal year. Thereafter, the General Assembly may partially or wholly restore the Proposition HH cap without additional voter approval if the General Assembly enacts valuation reductions equal to or greater than those for the 2032 property tax year. The amount retained under this authority is first used in the following fiscal year to backfill certain local governments for the reduced property tax revenue as a result of the property tax changes in the bill and Senate Bill 22 to 238, and the remainder is transferred to the State Education Fund to offset the revenue that school districts lose as a result of the property tax changes. Section 5 requires the State Controller to include the new voter-approved revenue change in the annual report on Tabor. 5, 303. Revenues. Sections 2, 4, 10, and 17 make conforming amendments related to the valuation changes and related procedures and the voter-approved revenue changes. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 22-40-102, amend 3, 3, and 6, as follows, for 22-40-102. Certification, tax revenues, repeal. 3a. The 5 Board of Education of a school district which had an actual enrollment of 6 more than 50,000 pupils during the preceding school year may 7th make the certification provided for in subsection 1 of this section number 8 later than December 15th. 9b. For the property tax year commencing on January 10, 2023, the deadline set forth in subsection 3a of this section 11 is postponed from December 15, 2023 to January 5, 2024. 12.2. This subsection 3b is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 13.6a. Each school district, with such assistance as may be 14 required from the Department of Education, shall inform the County 15 Treasurer for each county within the district's boundaries no later than December 16, 15 of each year of said district's general fund mill levy in the 17. Absence of funds estimated to be received by said district pursuant to the 18. Public School Finance Act of 1994, Article 54 of this title, Title 22, and 19. The estimated funds to be received for the general fund of the district from 20. The state. 21b. For the property tax year commencing on January 22, 2023, the deadline set forth in subsection 6a of this section 23 is postponed from December 15, 2023 to January 5, 2024. 6.303. 1, 2. This subsection 6b is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 2. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25-2-103, add 4.7, 3 as follows, for 25-2-103. Centralized Registration System for All Vital Statistics. 5, Office of the State Registrar of Vital Statistics created, Appointment 6 of Registrar, Rules. 4.7. Notwithstanding any other provision of 7 law that limits the sharing of vital statistics, after receiving 8 the list of names and social security numbers of individuals who 9 had property classified as primary residence real property or 10 qualified senior primary residence real property that is 11 provided by the property tax administrator pursuant to section 1239-1-104.6, 5, c. The state registrar shall identify all 13 individuals on the list who have died and transmit a list of the 14 names and social security numbers of such individuals to the 15 administrator. 16. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add Part 2 to Article 1777 of Title 24 as follows. 18 Part 2 19 Submission of ballot issue, voter approved 20 revenue change, property tax reduction 21 backfill 2224-77-201. Definitions. As used in this Part 2, unless the 23 context otherwise requires. 24. 1. Account means the proposition HH General Fund 25 exempt account in the General Fund created in Section 24-77-20326, 3a. 27. 2. Ballot issue means the question referred to voters. 7. 303. 1. In accordance with Section 24-77-202, 1. 2, 3, excess state revenue CAP has the same meaning as 3 set forth in Section 24-77-103.6, 6b. 4. State revenues means state revenues not excluded. 5. From state fiscal year spending, as defined in Section 24-77-1026, 17. 7. 5. State surplus means the amount of state revenues 8 that exceed the excess state revenues cap for a given state 9 fiscal year. 1024-77-202. Submission of ballot issue, voter approved 11 revenue change. 1. At the election held on November 7, 2023, the 12th Secretary of State shall submit to the registered electors of 13 the state for their approval or rejection the following ballot. 14 issue, shall the state reduce property taxes for homes and 15 businesses, including expanding property tax relief for seniors, 16 in backfill counties, water districts, fire districts, 17 ambulance and hospital districts, and other local governments. 18 and fund school districts by using a portion of the state surplus. 19 up to the proposition HH cap as defined in this measure. 22. For purposes of Section 1-5-407, the ballot issue is a 21 proposition to be identified as Proposition HH. Section 1-40-10622, 3d, does not apply to the ballot issue. 2324-77-203. Retention of excess state revenues, transfer to State 24 Education Fund, local government reimbursement, legislative 25 declaration. 1a. If a majority of the electors voting on the 26 ballot issue vote yes/for, then for each fiscal year 27 commencing on or after July 1, 2023, the state is authorized to -8, 303. 1. Retain and spend all of the state surplus that is less than the 2 Proposition HH cap, which is 3I, for the 2023 to 24 fiscal year, an amount equal to the 4 excess state revenues cap for the 2022 to 23 fiscal year, adjusted 5 for inflation plus 1 percentage point, the percentage change 6 in state population, the qualification or disqualification of 7 enterprises, and debt service changes, and 8.2, for the fiscal year 2024 to 25 and each succeeding fiscal 9 year, an amount equal to the Proposition HH cap for the prior 10 fiscal year, adjusted for inflation plus 1 percentage point, the 11 percentage change in state population, the qualification or 12 disqualification of enterprises, and debt service changes. 13b(I), notwithstanding subsection 1a of this section 14 and except as otherwise provided in subsection 1b(2) of this 15 section, if the General Assembly does not enact legislation TO 16 establish valuations for assessment for the property tax years 17 commencing on and after January 1, 2033, that are less than or 18 equal to the temporarily reduced valuations for assessment 19 established in sections 39-1-104, 1b, v, 1.8, a, 3, 1.8, a, 4, 20 and 1.8, b, 6, and 39-1-104.2, 3, q, 2, and 3, r, 4. In this 21 Senate Bill 23-____ for the property tax year commencing on January 22, 2032, for the same classes of property, then, for the 23 fiscal year commencing on July 1, 2032, and each fiscal year 24 thereafter. The Proposition HHCAP is an amount equal to the 25 excess state revenues cap. 26.2. If the Proposition HHCAP is reduced by operation of 27 subsection 1b(I) of this section, the General Assembly may -9, 303. 1. Without additional voter approval, enact legislation TO restore to the CAP for a fiscal year to an amount that is less than or equal 3 to the amount that the Proposition HHCAP would have been for the fiscal year under subsection 1a, 2 of this section if 5 subsection 1b(I) of this section had not applied if, for the 6 property tax year that ends during the fiscal year, the General 7 Assembly, 8a, establishes valuations for assessment that are less 9 than or equal to the temporarily reduced valuations for 10 assessment established in sections 39-1-104, 1b, v, 1.8, a, 3, 11, 1.8, a, 4, and 1.8, b, 6, and 39-1-104.2, 3, q, 2, and 3, r, 4. 12 IN this Senate Bill 23-____ for the property tax year commencing 13 on January 1, 2032, for the same classes of property, or 14, b, reduces the valuations for assessment differently 15 from the valuations for assessment established in this Senate. 16 Bill 23-____, but the aggregate reduction in the valuation for 17 assessments statewide from the reductions is greater than or 18 equal to the estimated aggregate reduction in the valuation for 19 assessments from the minimum reductions in valuation for 20 assessment necessary to meet the conditions specified in 21 subsection 1b, 2a of this section. 22c, for purposes of the calculation set forth in this 23 subsection 124i, inflation and the percentage change in state 25 population are the same rates that are used in calculating the 26 maximum annual percentage change in state fiscal year spending 27 pursuant to section 24-77-103 and -10-303. 1, 2, the qualification or disqualification of an enterprise to or a debt service change affects the Proposition HH cap in the 3 same manner as the change affects the limitation on state fiscal for year spending. 5, 2, this section does not affect the amount that the State 6 is permitted to retain and spend under the authority conferred 7 by the voters' approval of section 24-77-103.6. 8, 3a, the Proposition HH General Fund Exempt Account IS-9 hereby created in the General Fund. The account consists of an amount equal to the amount of state surplus that the state is 11 authorized to retain and spend under this Part 2 for the prior 12 fiscal year, if any. The State Treasurer shall credit all interest 13 and income derived from the deposit and investment of money in 14 the Proposition HH General Fund Exempt Account to the account. 15b, the money in the account for each fiscal year 16 beginning with the 2023 to 24 fiscal year must be used as follows. 17i, the money is first used to provide reimbursements to 18 local governments under section 39-3-210, 4a, 2, 19, 2, if there is any money remaining after the allocation 20 set forth in subsection 3b(I) of this section, the State 21 Treasurer shall transfer an amount equal to the remainder, 22.5% of the total amount in the account for the fiscal 23 year, or $20 million, whichever amount is the least, 24 to the Housing Development Grant Fund created in section 2524-32-721, 1, to be used to reduce the amount of Property taxes 26 that are paid as a portion of a tenant's rent through a program 27 established under subsection 2D6 of said section, and -11, 303. 1.3. As soon as possible after receiving the report from 2. The Property Tax Administrator in accordance with Section 339-3-210, 3. The State Treasurer shall transfer the amount, if for any, in the account that is in excess of the amount that will be 5 used in accordance with subsections 3b(I) and 3b(2) of this 6 Section 2 the State Education Fund created in Section 17 of 7 Article 9 of the State Constitution. 8.4. The General Assembly hereby finds and declares that 9. Public school funding consists of a combination of 10 state and local school district revenue, 11, b, under the current school finance formula, and 12 increase in state funding can backfill a decrease in local 13 property tax revenue, 14, c. Reductions in property tax valuations reduce the 15 local property tax revenue collected for local governments, 16 including school districts, 17, d, money in the state education fund is used to provide 18 funding for local school districts, and 19, e, it is the intent of the General Assembly that 20. Transferring a portion of the money from the account to the 21 State Education Fund in accordance with subsection 3 of this 22 section provides additional funding to local school districts in 23 order to backfill property tax revenue reductions resulting 24 from property tax changes enacted in this Senate Bill 23-___ and 25 that the money so transferred shall not supplant General Fund 26 appropriations made for school districts total program, as 27 defined by Section 22-54-103, 6. 12, 303. 124-77-204. Repeal. 1. If a majority of the electors voting 2 on the ballot issue vote no/against, then this Part 2 is 3 repealed, effective July 1, 2024. 4. 2. If a majority of the electors voting on the ballot issue 5 vote yes/4, then this section is repealed, effective July 1, 6, 2024. 7. Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 22-55-103, Amend 8, 1, as follows, 922-55-103. State Education Fund, creation, transfers to Fund 10, use of money in fund, permitted investments, exempt from 11 spending limitations. 1. In accordance with Section 17, 4, of Article 912 of the State Constitution, there is hereby created in the State Treasury the 13 State Education Fund. The fund shall consists of State Education 14 fund revenues, money transferred to the fund in accordance with 15 Section 24-77-203, 3b, 3, all interest and income earned on the 16 deposit and investment of money in the fund, and any gifts or 17 other money that are exempt from the limitation on state fiscal. 18-year spending set forth in Section 27a of Article X of the State 19 Constitution and Section 24-77-103 CRS that may be credited to the 20 fund. All interest and income derived from the deposit and investment of 21 money in the fund shall be credited to the fund. At the end 22 of any state fiscal year, all unexpended and unencumbered monies 23 money in the fund shall remains in the fund and shall not revert 24 to the general fund or any other fund. 25 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-77-106.5, Amend 26, 1, as follows, 2724-77-106.5. Annual Financial Report, Certification of Excess. -13, 303. 1. State Revenues. 1a. For each fiscal year, the Controller shall prepare 2. A financial report for the state for purposes of ascertaining compliance 3 with the provisions of this article. Any financial report prepared pursuant 4 to this section shall include, but shall not be limited to, state fiscal year 5 spending, reserves, revenues that the state is authorized to 6 retain and spend pursuant to voter approval of Section 24-77-103.6 or 7 pursuant to Part 2 of this Article 77, and debt. Such the financial 8 report shall be audited by the state auditor. 9b. Notwithstanding Section 24-1-136, 11a, I, based upon the 10 financial report prepared in accordance with subsection 1a of this 11 section for any given fiscal year, the Controller shall certify to the 12 Governor, the General Assembly, and the Executive Director of the 13 Department of Revenue no later than September 1 following the end of a 14 fiscal year the amount of state revenues in excess of the limitation on 15 state fiscal year spending imposed by Section 27a of Article X of the 16 State Constitution, if any, for such fiscal year and the state revenues in 17 excess of such limitation that the state is authorized to retain and spend 18 pursuant to voter approval of Section 24-77-103.6 or pursuant to Part 19.2 of this Article 77. 20 Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 29-1-306 as 21 follows, 2229-1-306. Limitation on property tax revenue, temporary 23 property tax credit, governing body override, notice, definitions. 24, 1, as used in this section, unless the context otherwise 25 requires, 26, a, inflation means the annual percentage change in the 27 United States Department of Labor's Bureau of Labor Statistics. -14, 303. 1 Consumer Price Index for Denver Aurora Lakewood for all 2 items paid by all urban consumers, or its applicable successor. 3 Index. 4. B. Local government means a governmental entity. 5. Authorized by law to impose ad valorem taxes on taxable 6 property located within its territorial limits, except that the 7 term excludes school districts and any county, city, and county, 8 city, or town that has adopted a home rule charter. 9. C. Property tax limit means the limit established in 10 subsection 2 of this section on a local government's property 11 tax revenue for a property tax year. 12. 2a. For property tax years commencing on and after January 13, 1st, 2023, a local government's property tax revenue for 14a property tax year shall not increase by more than inflation. 15. From the local government's property tax revenue for the prior 16 property tax year, unless the governing body of the local 17 government approves the increase in accordance with 18 subsection 4 of this section. The governing body may enact a 19 temporary property tax credit that is up to the number of mills 20 necessary to prevent the local government's property tax 21 revenue from exceeding this property tax limit. 22b. The limit set forth in subsection 2a of this section 23 is based on the United States Department of Labor's Bureau of 24 Labor Statistics most recently published estimate of inflation 25 for the prior calendar year that is available as of December 15, 26 of the property tax year for which the limit is being calculated. 27. 3a. For purposes of calculating the property tax limit. 15. 303. 1. Property tax revenue that is from the following sources or is2 used for the following purposes is excluded from property tax. 3. Revenue for the property tax year. 4. Property tax revenue from the increased valuation for 5. Assessment within the taxing entity for the preceding year. That 6. Is attributable to new construction and personal property. 7. Connected therewith. As defined by the Property Tax Aid Administrator in manuals prepared pursuant to Section 39-2-1099, 1, E, 10, 2. Property tax revenue from the increased valuation. 11. For assessment attributable to a change in law for a property. 12. Tax classification or to the annexation or inclusion of 13. Additional land, the improvements thereon, and personal. 14. Property connected therewith within the taxing entity for the 15 preceding year. 16. 3. Property tax revenue for property that had 17 previously been omitted from the assessment roll. 18. 4. Property tax revenue abetted or refunded by the 19. Local government during the property tax year. 20. V. Property tax revenue attributable to previously 21 legally exempt federal property that becomes taxable if such 22 property causes an increase in the level of services provided by 23 the local government, and 24. 6. Any amount for the payment of expenses incurred in 25 the reappraisal of classes or subclasses ordered or conducted 26 by the State Board of Equalization for the payment to the state 27 of excess state equalization payments to school districts, which 16. 303. 1. Excess is due to the undervaluation of taxable property. 2b. For purposes of calculating the property tax limit. 3. Property tax revenue that is from the following sources or is4 used for the following purposes is excluded from property tax. 5. Revenue for the property tax year and the prior property tax 6 year. 7. Property tax revenue from producing mines or lands or 8 leaseholds producing oil or gas. 9. 2. An amount to provide for the payment of bonds and 10 interest thereon, or for the payment of any other contractual 11 obligation that has been approved by a majority of the local 12 government's voters voting thereon at any election held 13 before, on, or after November 7, 2023, and 14. 3. Any revenue from a mill levy that has been approved 15 by voters of the local government, without limitation as to 16 rate or amount, at any election held before, on, or after November 17, 7, 2023. 18. C. A temporary property tax credit created under 19 subsection 2a of this section does not change the underlying 20 mill levy imposed by a local government. Reducing or 21 eliminating a temporary property tax credit does not require 22 prior voter approval under Section 24a of Article X of the 23 state constitution. 24. 4. A local government may impose a mill levy that would 25 exceed the property tax limit if the following procedures are 26 followed. 27. A. The governing body of the local government must 17. 303. 1. Publish notice of its proposed intent to exceed the property tax 2 limit in a newspaper in each county in which the local 3 government is located and on the website of the governing body, for if the governing body maintains a website, at least 10 days in 5 advance of the public hearing at which the mill levy is TOB 6 approved. 7. B. The notice must include 8. The proposed mill levy if the governing body approves a 9. Mill levy that would exceed the property tax limit. 10. 2. Any temporary property tax credits, and 11. 3. The date, time, and location of the public hearing. 12. C. The governing body of the local government must 13. Provide the public an opportunity to present oral testimony at 14. An open meeting within reasonable time limits and without and 15. Unreasonable restriction on the number of individuals allowed. 16. To make public comment. And 17. D. The governing body of the local government must 18. Adopt a resolution or ordinance to approve a mill levy that 19. Exceeds the property tax limit at the public hearing after the 20 governing body has heard from interested taxpayers. 21.5. The final decision by a governing body to impose a Mill 22 levy that exceeds the property tax limit in accordance with the 23 procedures set forth in subsection 4 of this section is deemed to 24 be final and conclusive and is not subject to appeal to court. 25.6. If a local government exceeds the property tax limit 26 for a property tax year and does not comply with subsection 4.27 of this section, then the local government shall refund to 18.303. 1. Taxpayers any property taxes collected above the property tax 2 limit. 3. Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-1-103, add 5, G, 4 as follows, 539-1-103. Actual value determined, when, legislative 6 declaration. 5, G, for property tax years commencing on and 7 after January 1, 2024, the actual value of renewable energy 8 agricultural land is based on the wasteland subclass 9 valuation formula provided by the administrator. If any portion 10 of the land is used for non-agricultural commercial or 11 non-agricultural residential purposes, that portion is valued 12 according to the use, as required by subsection 5A of this 13 section. 14 Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-1-104, amend 1, 15, 1.6, c, and 1.8, and add 1.9, as follows, 1639-1-104. Valuation for assessment, definitions. 17.1a, except as set forth in subsection 1b of this section, the 18 valuation for assessment of all taxable property real and personal. 19 property that is classified as lodging property in the state shall be 20 is 29% of the actual value thereof, as determined by the 21 assessor and the administrator in the manner prescribed by law, and that 22% shall be uniformly applied, without exception, to the actual 23 value, so determined, of the real and personal property located within the 24 territorial limits of the authority levying a property tax, and all property 25 taxes shall be levied against the aggregate valuation for assessment 26 resulting from the application of that percentage. 27, b, I, notwithstanding subsection 1a of this section, for the 19.303. 1 property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023, the valuation for 2 assessment of non-residential property that is classified as lodging 3 property is temporarily reduced to 27 9/10 for 27 85/100% of an 5 amount equal to the actual value minus the lesser of $30,006 or the amount that reduces causes the valuation for assessment 7 to be $1,000. 8.2. For the property tax years commencing on and after January 9, 2024, but before January 1, 2027, the valuation for 10 assessment of real and personal property that is classified as 11 lodging property is temporarily reduced to 27 12/85/100% of the actual value thereof. 13.3. For the property tax years commencing on January 1, 2027, and January 1, 2028, the valuation for assessment of real 15 and personal property that is classified as lodging property is 16 temporarily reduced to 27 65. 17 100% of the actual value thereof. 18.4. For the property tax years commencing on January 1, 2029, and January 1, 2030, the valuation for assessment of real 20 and personal property that is classified as lodging property is 21 temporarily reduced to 26 9/10% of 22 the actual value thereof. 23. V. For the property tax years commencing on January 1, 2031, and January 1, 2032, the valuation for assessment of real 25 and personal property that is classified as lodging property is 26 temporarily reduced to 27, 25 9/10% of the actual. 20.303. 1 value thereof, if, for the property tax year commencing on January 2, 2031, the average increase in total valuation for 3 assessment of taxable real property within the 32 4 counties with the smallest increases in total valuation is 5 greater than or equal to 3 7/10% from 6 the prior property tax year, or 7, b, 26 9/10% of the actual 8 value thereof, if, for the property tax year commencing on January 9, 2031, the average increase in total valuation for 10 assessment of taxable real property within the 32 11 counties with the smallest increases in total valuation is less 12 than 3 7/10% from the prior property tax 13 year. 14. C. This subsection 1 only applies to non-residential property that 15 is classified as lodging property. 16. 1.6. C. Real and personal agricultural property is a subclass of 17 non-residential property for purposes of the valuation for assessment. 18. Real property that is classified as agricultural land that 19 contains a renewable energy facility, as described in section 2039-4-102, 1.5, if the land was classified by the assessor as 21 agricultural land at the time the facility was constructed. 22 under section 39-1-102, 1.6, is classified as renewable energy. 23 agricultural land, which is a subclass of agricultural property. 24 for purposes of the valuation for assessment. This classification 25 applies for a property tax year that the real property is still 26 used for agricultural purposes and to the portion of the land 27 that is attributable to or used in conjunction with the 21.303. 1 renewable energy facility. 2. 1.8, the valuation for assessment of real and personal 3 property that is classified as agricultural property or renewable energy for production property is 29% of the actual value thereof. 5. Except that the valuation for assessment of this property is 6 temporarily reduced as follows. 7. For the property tax years commencing on January 1, 2022, 8, and January 1, 2023, and January 1, 2024, the valuation for assessment 9 of this property is temporarily reduced to 26 and 4/10% of the actual value thereof. 11. 2. For the property tax years commencing on and after January 12, 2024, but before January 1, 2031, the valuation for 13 assessment of this property, excluding renewable energy 14 agricultural land, is 26 and 4/10% of the 15 actual value thereof. 16. 3. For the property tax years commencing on January 1, 2031, and January 1, 2032, the valuation for assessment of this 18 property, excluding renewable energy agricultural land, is 19, 25 and 9/10% of the actual 20 value thereof, if, for the property tax year commencing on January 21, 2031, the average increase in total valuation for 22 assessment of taxable real property within the 32-23 counties with the smallest increases in total valuation is 24 greater than or equal to 3 and 7/10% from 25 the prior property tax year, or 26, 26 and 4/10% of the actual 27 value thereof, if, for the property tax year commencing on 22-303. January 1, 2031, the average increase in total valuation for 2 assessment of taxable real property within the 32-3 counties with the smallest increases in total valuation is less 4 than 3 and 7/10% from the prior property tax 5 year, and 6, 4, for the property tax years commencing on and after January 7, 2024, but before January 1, 2033, the valuation for 8 assessment of renewable energy agricultural land is 9/21 and 9/10% of the actual value 10 thereof. 11. The valuation for assessment of all non-residential property that 12 is not specified in subsection 1 or 1.8 of this section is 29/13% of the actual value thereof, except that for the property tax year 14 commencing on January 1, 2023, the valuation for assessment of this 15 property is temporarily reduced to 16 for the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023, for all of the property listed by the assessor under any improved 18 commercial subclass codes, 27 and 9/10 85 and 19 100% of an amount equal to the actual value minus 20 the lesser of $30,000 or the amount that reduces causes the 21 valuation for assessment to be $1,000, and 22, 2, for the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023, 27 and 9/10 85 100ths 24% of the actual value of all other non-residential property that is not 25. Specified in subsection 1, 1.8 and or 1.8 of 26 this section, 27, 3, for the property tax years commencing on and after. 23-303. January 1, 2024, but before January 1, 2027, 27 and 285 100% of the actual value of all 3 other non-residential property that is not specified in subsection 4, 1, or 1.8 of this section or that is not under a vacant land 5 subclass, 6, 4. For the property tax years commencing on January 1, 2027, and January 1, 2028, 27 and 65 100% of the actual value of all other 9 non-residential property that is not specified in subsection 1 or 10, 1.8 of this section or that is not under a vacant land 11 subclass, 12, for the property tax years commencing on January 1, 2029, and January 1, 2030, 26 and 9/10% of 14 the actual value of all other non-residential property that is 15 not specified in subsection 1 or 1.8 of this section or that is 16 not under a vacant land subclass, and 17, 6, for the property tax years commencing on January 1, 2031, and January 1, 2032. 19, 25 and 9/10% of the actual 20 value of all other non-residential property that is not specified 21 in subsection 1 or 1.8 of this section or that is not under a 22 vacant land subclass, if, for the property tax year commencing 23 on January 1, 2031, the average increase in total valuation for 24 assessment of taxable real property within the 32-25 counties with the smallest increases in total valuation is 26 greater than or equal to 3 and 7/10% from 27 the prior property tax year, or 24-303. 1. 26 and 9/10% of the actual 2 value of all other non-residential property that is not specified 3 in subsection 1 or 1.8 of this section or that is not under a 4 vacant land subclass, if, for the property tax year commencing 5 on January 1, 2031, the average increase in total valuation for 6 assessment of taxable real property within the 32-7 counties with the smallest increases in total valuation is less 8 than 3 and 7/10% from the prior property tax 9 year. 10. B.5 for purposes of subsections 1 v 1.8 3 11 and 1.8b6 of this section, the total valuation for 12 assessment of taxable real property for assessment excludes 13 the valuation for assessment from producing mines and lands or 14 leaseholds producing oil or gas. 15. 2. The administrator shall calculate the average 16 increase in total valuation for assessment of taxable real 17 property within the 32 counties with the smallest 18 increases in total valuation for purposes of subsections 19, 1b, v, 1.8, a, 3, and 1.8b, 6 of this section based on 20 information provided by county assessors in accordance with 21 subsection 1.8, b.5, 3 of this section and the abstract of 22 assessment for the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2030. 24. 3. No later than May 5, 2031, each assessor shall 25 provide the administrator with an estimate of the total 26 valuation for assessment of taxable real property located 27 within the county based on the notices of valuation for the 25, 303. 1 property tax year. 2. 4. On or before July 1, 2031, the administrator shall 3. Publish on the website maintained by the Division of Property for Taxation in the Department of Local Affairs whether the rates 5 set forth in subsections 1, b, v, a, 1.8, a, 3a, and 6, 1.8, b, 6a, of this section apply or whether the rates set 7 forth in subsections 1, b, v, b, 1.8, a, 3b, and 1.8, b, 6, b, 8 of this section apply for property tax years commencing on January 9, 2031, and January 1, 2032. 10. C. The actual value of real and personal property specified in 11 subsection 1.8, a, or 1.8, b, subsection 1, 1.8, a, or 1.8, b, of this 12 section is determined by the assessor and the administrator in the manner 13 prescribed by law, and evaluation for assessment percentage is uniformly 14 applied, without exception, to the actual value, as so determined or as so 15 determined and then reduced, of the various classes and subclasses. 16 of real and personal property located within the territorial limits of the 17 authority levying a property tax, and all property taxes are levied against 18 the aggregate valuation for assessment resulting from the application of 19 the percentage. 20. D. As used in this section, unless the context otherwise requires. 21. Non-residential property means all taxable real and personal property in 22 the state other than residential real property, producing mines, or lands or 23 leaseholds producing oil or gas. Non-residential property includes the 24 subclasses of agricultural property, lodging property, and renewable 25 energy production property, for purposes of the ratio of valuation for 26 assessment. 27. 1.9, a. The temporary reductions in the valuations for 26, 303. 1 assessment set forth in subsections 1, b, and 1.8 of this section 2 made in this Senate Bill 23-____ are contingent on the state's 3 authority to retain and spend state surplus up to the proposition for HHCAP under Part 2 of Article 77 of Title 24. Notwithstanding 5 any provision of subsections 1, b, and 1.8 of this section to the 6 contrary, if, for a fiscal year commencing on or after July 1, 2023, the state is not permitted to retain and spend state surplus 8 up to the proposition HHCAP for the fiscal year for any reason, 9 excluding a legislative enactment by the General Assembly, 10 then for the property tax year that begins during the fiscal 11 year and all property tax years thereafter, the temporary 12 reductions in the valuation for assessment set forth in 13 subsections 1, b, and 1.8 of this section made in this Senate 14 Bill 23-____ do not apply. 15. B. The state controller shall notify the administrator. 16 if subsection 1.9, a, of this section applies, and the 17 administrator shall publish notice on the website maintained by 18 the Division of Property Taxation in the Department of Local 19 Affairs that the applicable temporary reductions set forth in 20 subsections 1, b, and 1.8 of this section made in this Senate 21 Bill 23-____ do not apply. 22 Section 9. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-1-104.2, amend 23, 3, Q, and 3, R, and add 1, a.3, 1, a.7, 3.5, and 3.7, as follows, 2439-1-104.2. Residential real property, valuation for 25 assessment, legislative declaration, definitions. 1. As used in this 26 section, unless the context otherwise requires. 27, a.3, primary residence real property means property. 27, 303. 1 that is classified as such under section 39-1-104.6. 2. A.7, qualified senior primary residence real property. 3 means property that is classified as such under section 39-1-104.74. 2. 5. 3. Q. The ratio of valuation for assessment for multifamily 6 residential real property is 7.15% of the actual value thereof for 7 property tax years commencing on or after January 1, 2019, except that 8 the valuation for assessment is temporarily reduced as follows. 9. for the property tax years commencing on January 1st, 2022, and January 1st, 2024, the ratio of valuation for assessment for 11 multifamily residential real property is temporarily reduced to 6.812% of the actual value thereof, and 13.2, for the property tax years commencing on and after January 14th, 2023, but before January 1st, 2033, the ratio of valuation for 15 assessment for multifamily residential real property is temporarily 16 reduced to 6.765%, 6.7% of the amount equal to the 17 actual value of the property minus the lesser of $40,018 or the amount that causes the valuation for assessment 19 of the property TOB $1,000. 20. R. The ratio of valuation for assessment for all residential real 21 property other than multifamily residential real property is 7.15%, 22 of the actual value thereof, except that the valuation for 23 assessment is temporarily reduced as follows. 24. For the property tax year commencing on January 1st, 2022, the 25 ratio of valuation for assessment for all residential real property other 26 than multifamily residential real property is temporarily reduced to 6.9527% of the actual value thereof. 28. 303. 1, 2, for the property tax year commencing on January 1st, 2023, the 2 ratio of valuation for assessment for all residential real property other 3 than multifamily residential real property is 6.765%, 6.7% 4 of the amount equal to the actual value and of the property minus 5 the lesser of $40,000 or the amount that causes 6 the valuation for assessment of the property TOB $1,007. 8, 3, for the property tax year commencing on January 1st, 2024. 9. The ratio of valuation for assessment for all residential real property other 10 than multifamily residential real property is temporarily established as 11. The percentage calculated in accordance with Section 39-1-104.46.7 12% of the amount equal to the actual value of the property 13 minus the lesser of $40,000, or the amount that 14 causes the valuation for assessment of the property TOB $115,000, and 16. 4. For property tax years commencing on and after January 17th, 1st, 2025, but before January 1st, 2033, 18, A. The valuation for assessment for primary residence 19 real property, including multifamily primary residence real 20 property, is 6.7% of the amount equal to the actual value 21 of the property minus the lesser of $40,000 or 22 the amount that causes the valuation for assessment of the 23 property to be $1,000. 24, B. The valuation for assessment for qualified senior 25 primary residence real property, including multifamily 26 qualified senior primary residence real property, is 6.7% 27 of the amount equal to the actual value of the property minus 29, 303. 1. The lesser of $140,000 or the 2 amount that causes the valuation for assessment of the 3 property TOB $1,000, and 4, C. The valuation for assessment for all residential real 5 property that is not specified in subsection 3, Q, 2, 3, R, 4, 6 or 3, R, 4, B. Of this section is 6.7% of the actual value 7 thereof. 8. 3.5, A. The temporary reductions in the valuations for 9 assessments set forth in subsection 3 of this section made in this 10 Senate Bill 23-____ are contingent on the state's authority to 11 retain and spend state surplus up to the proposition HHCAP 12 under Part 2 of Article 77 of Title 24. Notwithstanding any 13 provision of subsection 3 of this section to the contrary, if, for 14 a fiscal year commencing on or after July 1, 2023, the state is 15 not permitted to retain and spend state surplus up to the 16 proposition HH cap for the fiscal year for any reason, excluding 17 a legislative enactment by the General Assembly, then for the 18 property tax year that begins during the fiscal year and all 19 property tax years thereafter, the temporary reductions in the 20 valuation for assessment set forth in subsection 3 of this 21 section made in this Senate Bill 23-____ do not apply. 22, B. The state controller shall notify the administrator 23 if subsection 3.5, A, of this section applies, and the 24 administrator shall publish notice on the website maintained by 25 the Division of Property Taxation in the Department of Local 26 Affairs that the applicable temporary reduction set forth in 27 subsection 3 of this section made in this Senate Bill 23-____ do. 30, 303. 1 not apply. 2, 3.7, A. The administrator shall convene a working group 3 with representatives, including assessors and elected county 4 officials from small dash, medium dash, and large-sized counties and a 5 representative of a statewide organization of real estate 6 professionals. TO make recommendations about ways TO 7 streamline and improve the designation of the primary residence 8 real property in the event that voters approve the ballot issue 9 referred in accordance with section 24-77-202.in formulating its 10 recommendations. The working group shall consider information 11 technology needs and administrative impacts. On or before January 12, 2024, the working group shall provide a report of its 13 recommendations to the Senate Local Government and Housing 14 Committee and the House of Representatives Transportation 15 Housing and Local Government Committee, except that number 16 report is due if the ballot issue does not pass. 17, B. This subsection, 3.7, is repealed, effective July 1, 2024. 18 Section 10. In Colorado Revised Statutes, repeal 39-1-104.319 and 39-1-104.4 as follows, 2039-1-104.3. Partial real property tax reductions, residential 21 property, definitions, repeal. 1. As used in this section, unless the 22 context otherwise requires, residential real property means property 23 listed by the assessor under any residential real property classification 24 code. 25. 2. For the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023, the 26 valuation for assessment for residential real property is 6 and 7/2765 thousandths percent, as set forth in Section 39-1-104.2. 31, 303. 1, 3, Q, 2, and 3, R, 2, of the amount equal to the actual value, to determine pursuant to Section 39-1-103, minus the lesser of $3,000 or the amount that reduces the valuation for assessment $4 to $1,000. 5, 3, this adjustment does not apply to any other class of property. 6, 4, this section is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 739-1-104.4. Adjustment of residential rate. 1. The ratio of 8 valuation for assessment for residential real property other than 9 multifamily residential real property for the property tax year 10 commencing on January 1, 2024, is equal to the percentage necessary for 11 the following to equal a total of $700 million. 12. A. The aggregate reduction of local government property tax 13 revenue during the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023, as 14 a result of the changes made in Senate Bill 22 to 238. Enacted in 2022, that 15. Reduced valuations for assessment set forth pursuant to Sections 39-1-104. 16, 1b, and 1.8b, 39-1-104.2, 3, Q, 2, and 3, R, 2, and 39-3-104.3, 17, 2, and 18, b, the aggregate reduction of local government property tax 19 revenue during the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2024, as 20 a result of the reduced valuations for assessment set forth pursuant to 21 Sections 39-1-104, 1.8, a, and 39-1-104.2, 3, Q, I, and 3, R, 3, for the 22 property tax year commencing on January 1, 2024. 23, 2, on or before March 21, 2024, based on the information 24 available on that date, the property tax administrator shall submit a report 25 to the General Assembly calculating the ratio of valuation for assessment 26 specified in subsection 1 of this section. 27 Section 11. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 39-1-104.6 and -32, 303. 139-1-104.7 as follows, 239-1-104.6. Primary residence real property. 1. Definitions. 3 as used in this section, unless the context otherwise requires. 4 I. Owner-occupier means an individual who. 5 is an owner of record of residential real property. 6 that the individual occupies as the individual's primary 7 residence. 8 is not an owner of record of the residential real 9 property that the individual occupies as the individual's primary 10 residence, but either is a spouse or civil union partner of an 11 owner of record of the residential real property, and who also 12 occupies the residential real property as the owner of record's 13 primary residence, or is the surviving spouse or partner of an 14 individual who was an owner of record of the residential real 15 property and who occupied the residential real property with 16 the surviving spouse or partner as their primary residence until 17 the owner of record's death, or 18, C, is not an owner of record of the residential real 19 property that the individual occupies as the individual's primary 20 residence, only because the property has been purchased by or 21 transferred to a trust, a corporate partnership, or any other 22 legal entity solely for estate planning purposes and is the 23 maker of the trust or a principal of the corporate partnership or 24 other legal entity. 25. D. Occupies residential real property as the individual's 26 primary residence and is the spouse or civil union partner of a 27. Person who also occupies the residential real property, who is -33, 303. 1. Not the owner of record of the property only because the 2 property has been purchased by or transferred to a trust, a 3 corporate partnership, or any other legal entity solely for 4 estate planning purposes, and who is the maker of the trust or a 5 principal of the corporate partnership or other legal entity, or 6. E. Occupies residential real property as the individual's 7 primary residence and is the surviving spouse or partner of a 8 person who occupied the residential real property with the 9 surviving spouse or partner until the person's death, who was 10 not the owner of record of the property at the time of the 11 person's death only because the property had been purchased by 12 or transferred to a trust, a corporate partnership, or any other 13 legal entity solely for estate planning purposes prior to the 14 person's death, and who was the maker of the trust or a principal 15 of the corporate partnership or other legal entity prior to the 16 person's death. 17. 2. Owner-occupier also includes any individual who 18 but for the confinement of the individual to a hospital, nursing 19 home, or assisted living facility, would occupy the residential 20 real property as the individual's primary residence and would 21 meet one or more of the ownership criteria specified in 22 subsection 1a I of this section, if the residential real 23 property, 24a is temporarily unoccupied, or 25b is occupied by the spouse, civil union partner, or a 26 financial dependent of the individual. 27b owner of record means an individual whose name 34 303 1 appears on a valid recorded deed to residential real property as to an owner of the property. 3c qualified senior primary residence real property for means a property that is classified as such under section 539-1-104.7. 6d surviving spouse or partner means an individual who 7 was legally married to another individual or was a partner in 8 a civil union with another individual at the time of the other 9 individuals' death and who has not remarried or entered into 10 another civil union. 11.2 Classification. A. Except as set forth in section 1239-1-104.7, for property tax years commencing on and after January 13, 2025, residential real property that as of the 14 assessment date is used as the primary residence of and 15 owner-occupier is classified as primary residence real property. 16 which is a subclass of residential real property, if 17 the owner-occupier completes and files an application. 18 in the manner required by subsection 3 of this section, and 19.2. The circumstances that qualify the property for the 20 classification have not changed since the filing of the 21 application. 22b. Under no circumstances is the classification allowed 23 for property taxes assessed during any property tax year prior 24 to the year in which an owner-occupier first files an application 25 in the manner required by subsection 3 of this section. If 26 ownership of residential real property that qualified as primary 27 residence real property as of the assessment date changes after 35.303. 1. The assessment date, the classification is allowed only if and 2 owner-occupier whose status as an owner-occupier qualified the 3 property for the classification has filed an application by the 4 deadline specified in subsection 3a of this section. 5c. If an individual owns and occupies a dwelling unit in a 6 common interest community, as defined in section 38-33.3-103.8, 7 as the individual's primary residence. Only the dwelling unit 8 that the individual occupies as the individual's primary 9 residence may qualify as primary residence real property or 10 qualified senior primary residence real property. 11d. For purposes of this subsection, 2 individuals who 12 are legally married or are civil union partners, but who own 13 more than one parcel of residential real property, are deemed 14 to occupy that same primary residence and only that property may 15th be classified as primary residence real property. If an 16 individual is an owner-occupier of a residential real property, 17 and an owner of record on another property along with a 18 member of the individual's family other than the individual's 19 spouse, then the other family member may be an owner-occupier 20 of the other property. 21e. Real property that might otherwise be classified as 22 multifamily residential real property that contains a unit that 23 qualifies as primary residence real property under this section 24 is classified as multifamily primary residence real property. 25.3 Applications. A. For a property to be classified as 26 primary residence real property or as qualified senior primary 27 residence real property, an individual must file with the 36.303. 1. Assessor a completed application no later than March 15th of the 2 first property tax year for which the classification is sought. 3. An application returned by mail is deemed filed on the date it is postmarked. 5b. An applicant must complete an application for 6 property to be classified as primary residence real property or 7 as qualified senior primary residence real property on a Form 8 prescribed by the administrator that includes the following 9 information. 10a. The applicant's name, mailing address, and social 11 security number. 12b. The address and schedule or parcel number of the 13 property. 14c. The name and social security number of the applicant's 15 spouse or civil union partner who occupies the property as the 16 spouse or civil union partner's primary residence. 17d. If a trust is the owner of record of the property, the 18 names of the maker of the trust, the trustee, and the 19 beneficiaries of the trust. 20e. If a corporate partnership or other legal entity is the 21 owner of record of the property, the names of the principals or 22 the corporate partnership or other legal entity. 23f. A statement of whether the applicant previously 24 qualified for the property tax exemption for qualifying seniors 25 allowed by section 39-3-203(1) for a different property than the 26 property that the applicant currently occupies as the 27 applicant's primary residence. 37.303. 1g. An affirmation, in a form prescribed by the 2 administrator, that the applicant believes, under penalty of 3 perjury in the 2nd degree as defined in section 18-8-503, that for all information provided by the applicant is correct, and 5h. Any other information that the administrator 6 reasonably deems necessary. 7. 2. The administrator shall also include in the 8 application a statement that an applicant, or, if applicable, the 9 trustee, has a legal obligation to inform the assessor within 60 days of any change in the ownership or occupancy of the 11 residential real property for which classification as primary 12 residence real property or as qualified senior primary residence 13 real property has been applied for or allowed that would 14 prevent the classification from being allowed. For the property. 15. C. For purposes of the application and related provisions 16 in this section, real property that is multifamily primary. 17. Residence real property is treated as primary residence real. 18. Property and multifamily qualified senior primary real. 19. Residence is treated as qualified senior primary residence real. 20. Property. 21. 4. Penalties. A. In addition to any penalties prescribed by 22 law for perjury in the second degree, an applicant who 23 knowingly provides false information on an application or 24 attempts to claim more than one property as primary residence 25 real property or qualified senior primary residence real 26 property for the same property tax year shall 27 not be able to claim the property as primary residence. 38 303 1 real property or qualified senior primary residence real 2 property for the property tax year 2 pay to the treasurer of a county in which property 4 was improperly classified as primary residence real property or 5 qualified senior primary residence real property due to the 6 provision by the applicant of false information or the filing of 7 more than one application, an amount equal to the amount of 8 property taxes not paid as a result of the improper classification 9 as primary residence real property or qualified senior primary 10 residence real property, and 11, 3, upon conviction of perjury, be required to pay to the 12 treasurer of any county in which an invalid application was 13 filed an additional amount equal to twice the amount of the 14 property taxes identified in subsection 4a(2) of this section 15 plus interest, calculated at the annual rate calculated 16 pursuant to section 39-21-110.5 from the date the invalid 17 application was filed until the date the applicant makes the 18 payment required by this subsection 4a(3). 19b. If an applicant or a trustee fails to inform the 20 assessor within 60 days of any change in the ownership or 21 occupancy of residential real property for classification as a 22 primary residence real property or a qualified senior primary 23 residence real property that has been applied for or allowed 24 that would prevent the classification from being allowed for 25 the property as required by subsection 3b of this section 26 the classification is not allowed with respect to the 27 residential real property for the subsequent property tax year. 39 303 1 and 2, the applicant or trustee shall pay, to the treasurer 3 of any county in which the classification was improperly 4 allowed due to the applicant's or trustee's failure to 5 immediately inform the assessor of any change in the ownership 6 or occupancy of residential real property, an amount equal to 7 the amount of property taxes not paid as a result of the 8 improper classification as primary residence real property or 9 qualified senior primary residence real property plus interest, 10 calculated at the annual rate specified in section 39-21-110.511 from the date on which the change in the ownership or 12 occupancy occurred until the date the applicant makes the 13 payment required by this subsection, 4b(2). 14, c, any amount required to be paid to a treasurer 15 pursuant to subsection, 4a, or 4b, of this section is deemed 16 part of the lien of general taxes imposed on the person required. 17 to pay the amount and has the priority specified in section 1839-1-107, 2. 19, 5, confidentiality. A. Completed applications for 20 classification as primary residence real property or as 21 qualified senior primary residence real property are 22 confidential, except that 23, a. An assessor or the administrator may release 24 statistical compilations or informational summaries of any 25 information contained in the applications and shall provide a 26 copy of an application to the applicant who returned the 27 application and the treasurer of the same county as the 40, 303. 1 assessor. 2b. An assessor or the administrator may introduce a 3 copy of an application as evidence in any administrative hearing for or legal proceeding in which the accuracy or veracity of the 5 application is at issue so long as neither the applicant's social 6 security number nor any other social security number set forth 7 in the application are divulged. 8. 2. A treasurer shall keep confidential each individual 9 application received from an assessor but may release 10 statistical compilations or informational summaries of any 11 information contained in applications and may introduce a copy 12 of an application as evidence in any administrative hearing or 13 legal proceeding in which the accuracy or veracity of the 14 application is at issue, so long as neither the applicant's social 15 security number nor any other social security number set forth 16 in the application is divulged. 17. 3. The administrator may share information contained 18 in an application, including any social security number set forth 19 in the application, with the Department of Revenue to the extent 20 necessary to enable the administrator to verify that the 21 applicant satisfies legal requirements for the classification. 22b. Notwithstanding the provisions of subsection 5a of 23 this section, the administrator, an assessor, or a treasurer 24 shall not give any other person any listing of applicants or any 25 other information that would enable a person to easily 26 assemble a mailing list of applicants for the primary residence 27 real property classification or qualified senior primary. Dash 41, 303. 1 residence real property classification. 2. C. In accordance with Section 25-2-103, 4.7, the 3 administrator shall annually provide TO the State Registrar of 4 vital statistics of the Department of Public Health and 5 environmental list, by name and social security number, of every 6 individual who had property classified as primary residence real 7 property or qualified senior primary residence real property for 8 the immediately preceding year so that the registrar can 9 provide to the administrator a list of all the individuals on the 10 list who have died. No later than April 1, 2026, and April 1 of 11 each year thereafter, the administrator shall forward to the 12 assessor of each county the name and social security number of 13 each deceased individual who had residential real property 14 located within the county that was so classified for the 15 immediately preceding year, so that the assessor can change the 16 classification of the property, if necessary. 17. 6. Notice. A. As soon as practicable after January 1. 18/2025, and after January 1 of each year thereafter, each county 19 treasurer shall, at the treasurer's discretion, mail or 20 electronically send to each person whose name appears on the 21 tax list and warrant as an owner of residential real property 22 notice of the primary residence real property and the 23 qualified senior primary residence real property classifications. 24 The treasurer shall mail or electronically send the notice each 25 year on or before the date on which the treasurer mails the 26 property tax statement for the previous property tax year 27 pursuant to Section 39-10-103. The administrator shall prescribe. 42, 303. 1. The form of the notice, which must include a statement of the 2 eligibility criteria for the primary residence real property and 3 qualified senior primary residence real property classifications 4 and instructions for obtaining a related application. 5. B. TO reduce mailing costs, and assessor may coordinate. 6. With the treasurer of the same county TO include notice with the 7 tax statement for the previous property tax year mailed 8 pursuant TO Section 39-10-103, or may include notice with the 9 notice of valuation mailed pursuant to Section 39-5-121, 1a. 10. 7. Notice of classification, appeal. A. I. Except as 11 otherwise provided in subsection 7. B. Of this section, and 12 assessor shall only classify property as primary residence real 13 property or qualified senior primary residence real property if 14 an applicant has timely returned an application in accordance 15 with subsection 3 of this section that establishes that either 16 classification is appropriate. 17. 2. If the information provided on or with an application 18 indicates that the applicant is not entitled to the classification, 19 or is insufficient, TO allow the assessor TO determine whether the 20 property meets the classification. The assessor shall deny the 21 application and mail to the applicant a statement providing the 22 reasons for the denial and informing the applicant of the 23 applicant's right. TO contest the denial pursuant TO subsection 24, 7, B, of this section. The assessor shall mail the statement number 25 later than August 1 of the property tax year for which the 26 application was filed. 27. B. I. An applicant whose application has been denied may. 43, 303. 1. Contest the denial by requesting a hearing before the County 2 Commissioners sitting as the County Board of Equalization number 3 later than August 15 of the property tax year for which the 4 application was filed. The hearing shall be held on or after August 5 first and no later than September 1 of the property tax year 6 for which the application was filed, and the decision of the 7 County Board of Equalization is not subject to further administrative appeal by either the applicant or the assessor. 9. 2. An individual who has not timely filed an application 10 with the assessor by March 15 may file a late application number 11 later than the July 15 that immediately follows that deadline. 12. The assessor shall accept any such application but may not 13 accept any late application filed after July 15. A decision of an 14 assessor to disallow the filing of a late application after July 15 or to grant or deny the classification to an applicant who has 16. Filed a late application after March 15 but no later than July 15. 17 is final, and an applicant who is denied late filing or an 18 exemption may not contest the denial. 19. 3. The County Board of Equalization may appoint 20 independent referees to conduct hearings requested pursuant 21-2 subsection 7, B, I, of this section on behalf of the County 22 Board and TO make findings and submit recommendations to the 23 County Board for ITS final action. 24. 8. Reporting to Administrator. A. No later than September 25, 2025, and September 10 of each year thereafter, each 26 assessor shall forward to the administrator a report on the 27 residential real property in the assessor's county that qualifies. 44, 303. 1. As primary residence real property or qualified senior primary 2 residence real property for the current property tax year. For 3 each unit of residential real property, the report must include 4. I. The legal description of the property, 5. 2. The schedule or parcel number for the property, and 6. 3. The name and social security number of the applicant 7 who claimed an exemption for the property and, if applicable, the 8 applicant's spouse or civil union partner who occupies the 9 property. 10. B. I. No later than November 1, 2025, and November 1 of 11 each year thereafter, the administrator shall provide written 12 notice to an applicant that the applicant is ineligible and the 13 reason for the ineligibility. The notice must also include a 14 statement specifying the deadline and procedures for protesting. 15. The denial of the classification. 16. 2. An applicant whose claims for the classification are 17 denied by the administrator pursuant to subsection 8 B I of 18. This section may file a written protest with the administrator number 19 later than November 15th of the year in which the classification 20 was denied. An application returned by mail is deemed filed on 21. The date it is postmarked. If the ground for the denial is that the 22 applicant, or the applicant and the applicant's spouse or civil 23 union partner, claimed multiple classifications, the sole ground 24 for a protest is that the applicant, or the applicant and the 25 applicant's spouse or civil union partner, filed only one claim 26 for the classification, and the protest must specify the property 27 identified by the administrator. In the notice denying the -45, 303. One classification for which no classification was claimed. If the two ground for the denial is that the applicant is not an 3 owner-occupier of the residential real property for which the 4 classification is claimed, the sole grounds for a protest are that 5 the applicant actually is an owner-occupier and that the 6 applicant qualifies for the classification. 7. C. No later than December 1, 2025, and each December 1, 8 thereafter, and after examining the report sent by each 9 assessor, denying claims for classifications, and deciding 10 protests in accordance with subsection 8 B of this section. The 11 administrator shall provide written notice to the assessor of 12 each county in which an application has been denied because the 13 applicant was ineligible. 1439-1-104.7. Qualified senior primary residence real property. 15. Definitions. 1. AS used in this section, unless the context 16 otherwise requires. 17. A. Owner-occupier has the same meaning as set forth in 18. Section 39-1-104.6, 1. A. 19. B. Senior homestead exemption means the property tax 20 exemption for qualifying seniors allowed by section 39-3-203, 1. 21. 2. A. For property tax years commencing on and after January 22, 2025, residential real property that AS of the 23 assessment date is used AS the primary residence of and 24 owner-occupier IS classified AS qualified senior primary 25 residence real property, which is a subclass of residential real 26 property, if 27 I, the real property would otherwise be classified as -46, 303. 1. Primary residence real property under section 39-1-104.6, and 2. The owner-occupier of the property previously 3 qualified for the senior homestead exemption for a different 4 property and does not qualify for the senior homestead 5 exemption for the current property tax year. 6. B. Real property that might otherwise be classified as 7. Multifamily residential real property that contains a unit that 8 qualifies as qualified senior primary residence real property. 9. Under this section is classified as multifamily qualified senior 10 primary residence real property. 11. Section 12. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-1-111, amend 12, 1, and 5, as follows, 1339-1-111. Taxes levied by Board of County Commissioners, 14 repeal. 1. A. No later than December 22nd in each year, the Board of 15 County Commissioners in each county of the state, or such other body in 16 the city and county of Denver as shall be authorized by law to levy taxes. 17. Or the City Council of the City and County of Broomfield, shall, either by 18. In order to be entered in the record of its proceedings or by written 19. Approval, levy against the valuation for assessment of all taxable property 20 located in the county on the assessment date, and in the various towns, 21 cities, school districts, and special districts within such county, the 22 requisite property taxes for all purposes required by law. 23. B. I. For the property tax year commencing on January 24, 1, 2023, the deadline set forth in subsection 1. A. Of this section 25 is postponed from December 22, 2023, to January 12, 2024. 26. 2. This subsection, 1, B, is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 27. 5, A, if, after certification of the valuation for assessment. -47, 303. 1. Pursuant to Section 39-5-128 and notification of total actual value. 2. Pursuant to Section 39-5-121, 2, B, but prior to December 10th, changes in 3 such valuation for assessment or total actual value are made by the 4 assessor. The assessor shall send a single notification to the Board of 5 County Commissioners or other body authorized by law to levy property 6 taxes, to the Division of Local Government, and to the Department of 7 Education that includes all of such changes that have occurred during said 8 specified period of time. Upon receipt of such notification, such board or 9 body shall make adjustments in the tax levies to ensure compliance with 10 Section 29-1-301, CRS, if applicable, and may make adjustments in 11 order that the same amount of revenue be raised. A copy of any 12 adjustment to tax levies shall be transmitted to the administrator and 13 assessor. Nothing in this subsection, 5, shall be construed as conferring 14. The authority to exceed statutorily imposed mill levy or revenue raising. 15. Limits. 16. B. I. For the property tax year commencing on January 17, 2023, the deadline set forth in subsection 5. A. Of this section 18 is postponed from December 10, 2023, to December 29, 2023. 19. 2. This subsection 5. B. is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 20. Section 13. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-5-128, amend 21, 1, as follows: 2239-5-128. Certification of valuation for assessment, repeal. 23, 1, A. No later than August 25th of each year, the assessor shall certify to 24 the Department of Education, to the clerk of each town and city, to the 25 secretary of each school district, and to the secretary of each special 26 district within the assessor's county the total valuation for assessment of 27 all taxable property located within the territorial limits of each such town. 48, 303. One city, school district, or special district and shall notify each such clerk, 2 secretary, and board to officially certify the levy of such town, city, 3 school district, or special district to the Board of County Commissioners No. 4 later than December 15th. The assessor shall also certify to the secretary of 5 each school district the actual value of the taxable property in the district. 6. B. I. For the property tax year commencing on January 7, 2023, the deadline set forth in subsection 1. A. Of this section 8 for officially certifying a levy is postponed from December 15, 2023, to January 5, 2024. 10. 2. This subsection 1. B. is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 11. Section 14. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-3-210, amend 12, 1, A, 1, E, 3, 4, B, 5, and 6, repeal and reenact, with 13 amendments, 2, and 4, A, and add 1, A.3, 1, B.5, 1, D.5, 14, 1, E.5, comma, 1, F.3, 1, F.7, 2.5, 4.5, and 5.5, as follows. 1539-3-210. Reporting of property tax revenue reductions. 16. Reimbursement of local governmental entities, definitions, Local 17 Government Backfill Cash Fund, creation, repeal. 1. As used in this 18 section, unless the context otherwise requires. 19. A. Additional state revenues, means the lesser of $240 million or the total amount of the state revenues in excess of 21 the limitation on state fiscal year spending imposed by Section 27. A. 22 of Article X of the state constitution that the state is required to refund 23 under Section 27. D. Of Article X of the state constitution, including any 24 amount specified in Section 24-77-103.8, that exceed the 25 amount projected to be refunded as required by Sections 2639-3-209 and 39-22-627. Section 39-3-209 for the state fiscal year 27 commencing on July 1, 2022. 49, 303. 1. A.3, county, includes a city and county. 2. B.5, fund, means the local government backfill cash 3 fund created in subsection 5.5, A, of this section. 4. D.5, local governmental entity, means a governmental 5 entity authorized by law to impose ad valorem taxes on taxable 6 property located within its territorial limits, except that the 7 term excludes school districts. 8. E. Municipality, means a home rule or statutory city, town, or 9 territorial charter city, or city and county. 10. E.5, Proposition HH General Fund Exempt Account, means 11 the Proposition HH General Fund Exempt Account created IN 12 Section 24-77-203, 3, A. 13. F.3, Select Special District, means a fire district, health 14 service district, water district, sanitation district, or library 15 district. 16. F.7, Total Property Tax Revenue Reduction, means the 17 amount that a treasurer calculates for a local governmental 18 entity in accordance with subsection 2 of this section. 19. 2. A. I, for the property tax years commencing on January 21st, 2023, and January 1st, 2024, each treasurer shall 21 calculate the total property tax revenue reduction for each 22 local governmental entity within the treasurer's county as a 23 result of all of the cumulative temporary reductions in 24 valuation for assessment made in Senate Bill 22-238, enacted in 25/2022, and this Senate Bill 23-_____. 26. 2. For the property tax years commencing on and after January 27, 2025, but before January 1, 2033, each treasurer shall 50, 303. 1. Calculate the total property tax revenue reduction for each 2 local governmental entity within the treasurer's county as a 3 result of all of the temporary reductions in valuation for assessment made in this Senate Bill 23-_____. 5b. I. When calculating the total property tax revenue 6 reduction for a local governmental entity for a property tax 7-year as required by this section, a treasurer shall use the local 8 governmental entities mill levy for the property tax year 9 commencing on January 1, 2022, excluding any mills levied TO 10 provide for the payment of bonds and interest thereon, or for 11 the payment of any other contractual obligation that has been 12 approved by a majority of the local governmental entities 13 voters voting thereon. 14. 2. Notwithstanding subsection 2a of this section, a 15 treasurer is not required to determine the total property tax 16 revenue reduction for a local governmental entity that is 17 ineligible to receive a reimbursement from the state for a 18 property tax year in accordance with subsection 4.5 b2 of 19 this section. 20. C. I. For the property tax years commencing on and after January 21, 2023, but before January 1, 2033, each assessor shall 22 calculate the difference in assessed value of real property for 23 each local governmental entity within the assessor's county, 24 for the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2022, and 25 the property tax year. 26. 2. Notwithstanding subsection 2 C. I. of this section, and 27 assessor is not required to calculate the difference in assessed. 51. 303. 1. Value of real property for a local governmental entity, 2. Excluding a county, that is ineligible to receive a reimbursement 3 from the state for a property tax year in accordance with 4 subsection 4.5 b2 of this section. 5. D. For purposes of this section, a local governmental 6 entity within a county includes the county itself. 7. 2.5 a. On or before September 15, 2023, each treasurer 8 shall report the following estimates to the administrator for 9 all local governmental entities within the treasurer's county. 10. I. The total property tax revenue reduction for the 11 property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023, that is based 12 on the 13. A. Temporary reductions in the valuation for assessment 14 made in Senate Bill 22 to 238, enacted in 2022, and 15. B. Cumulative temporary reductions in the valuation 16 for assessment made in Senate Bill 22 to 238, enacted in 2022, and 17 the Senate Bill 23-______, if a majority of voters approve the 18 ballot issue referred in accordance with Section 24-77-202, and 19. 2. The increase in assessed value from the property tax 20 year commencing on January 1, 2022, to the property tax year 21 commencing on January 1, 2023, that is based on the 22. A. Temporary reductions in the valuation for assessment 23 made in Senate Bill 22 to 238, enacted in 2022, and 24. B. Cumulative temporary reductions in the valuation 25 for assessment made in Senate Bill 22 to 238, enacted in 2022, and 26 the Senate Bill 23-_____, if a majority of voters approve the 27 ballot issue referred in accordance with Section 24-77-202. 52. 303. 1b. The administrator shall provide the estimates 2 received in accordance with subsection 2.5 a of this section 2-3 the Department of Revenue and Legislative Council staff. 4.3. No later than March 1, 2024, each and March 1 of the next 9 years thereafter, a treasurer shall report the amount specified 6 in subsection 2 of this section, as applicable and the basis for the 7 amounts to the administrator. And the administrator may require a 8 treasurer to provide additional information as necessary to evaluate the 9 accuracy of the amounts reported. The administrator shall confirm that the 10 reported amounts are correct or rectify the amounts, if necessary. The 11 administrator shall then forward the correct amounts for each county to 12 the state treasurer to enable the state treasurer to issue a reimbursement 13 warrant to each treasurer in accordance with subsection 4 of this 14 section. 15. 4. A. I. No later than April 15, 2024, the state treasurer. 16 shall issue a warrant to be paid upon demand from additional 17 state revenues for the state fiscal year commencing on July 1, 2022, and, if necessary, from other money in the general fund, to 19 each treasurer that is equal to the total reimbursement 20 amounts set forth in subsection 4.5 of this section for all 21 local governmental entities within the treasurer's county for 22 the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023. 23. 2. No later than April 15, 2025, and April 15 of the next 24 8 years thereafter, the state treasurer shall issue a 25 warrant to be paid upon demand first from the fund, and, if 26 necessary, from state revenues in the Proposition HH General 27 Fund Exempt account, to each treasurer that is equal to the 53. 303. 1. Total reimbursement amounts set forth in subsection 4.5 of 2 this section for all local governmental entities within the 3 treasurers' county for the prior property tax year. 4b. Each treasurer shall distribute the total amount received from 5 the state treasurer to the local governmental entities, excluding school 6 districts, within the treasurer's county as if the revenues had been 7 regularly paid as property tax, but so that the local governmental entities 8 only receive the amounts determined pursuant to subsection 4a of this 9 section. 10. 4.5 a except as set forth in subsections 4.5b, 4.5c, 11 and 4.5d of this section, the reimbursement for a local 12 governmental entity for a property tax year commencing on or 13 after January 1, 2023, but before January 1, 2033, is equal to 14i. For counties with a population that is 315,000 or less, 16a, the entire amount of the total property tax revenue. 17 reduction for each local governmental entity within a county. 18 that had an increase of less than 10% in the assessed 19 value of real property from the property tax year commencing 20 on January 1, 2022, to the property tax year for which the 21 reimbursement is being calculated, and 22b. 90% of the total property tax revenue. 23 reduction for each local governmental entity that had an 24 increase of 10% or more in the assessed value of real 25 property from the property tax year commencing on January 1, 26, 2022, to the property tax year for which the reimbursement is 27 being calculated. Dash 54, 303. 1, 2, for counties with a population greater than 200,000, 3a, the entire amount of the total property tax revenue for reduction for each municipality or select special district that 5 had an increase of less than 10% in the assessed value of 6 real property from the property tax year commencing on January 7, 2022, to the property tax year for which the 8 reimbursement is being calculated. 9b, 90% of the total property tax revenue. 10 reduction for each municipality or select special district that 11 had an increase of 10% or more in the assessed value of 12 real property from the property tax year commencing on January 13, 2022, to the property tax year for which the 14 reimbursement is being calculated, and 15c. 65% of the total property tax revenue. 16 reduction for all local governmental entities besides a 17 municipality or a select special district. 18b, for property tax years commencing on and after January 19, 2024, a local governmental entity is ineligible to receive reimbursement under this section if 21i, the local governmental entity has an increase of 20% or more in the assessed value of real property. 23 from the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2022, to 24 the property tax year for which a reimbursement amount is 25 calculated, or 26, 2, the local governmental entity is within a county that 27 has a population greater than 300,000 and was. Dash 55, 303. 1 ineligible TO receive a reimbursement under subsection 4.5b, I, 2 of this section for a prior property tax year. 3, c, I, for a property tax year commencing on or after January 4, 2024, but before January 1, 2033. The total of all 5 reimbursements statewide under this section shall not exceed 6 the total of the amount in the Fund N an amount equal to 15% of the amount in the Proposition HH General Fund 8 exempt account AS of the date that the Treasurer is making the 9 reimbursements. 10, 2. If the total of all reimbursements statewide would 11 otherwise exceed the limit set forth in subsection 4.5 c, I, of 12 this section for a property tax year, the state treasurer shall 13 proportionally reduce the reimbursement amount for each 14 local governmental entity so that the total of all 15 reimbursements statewide equals the limit for the property tax 16 year. 17, 3. The state treasurer shall reduce a local 18 governmental entities reimbursement as necessary to avoid the 19 local governmental entity exceeding ITS fiscal year spending 20 limit under section 27b of Article X of the State 21 Constitution for the fiscal year. 22d. If a local governmental entity has an increase of 20% or more in the assessed value of real property. 24 from the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2022, to 25 the property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023, then, for 26 the reimbursement for the property tax year commencing on January 27, 2023, the local governmental entity's total property. Dash 56, 303. 1 tax revenue reduction is based only on the temporary 2 reductions in valuation for assessment made in Senate Bill 322 to 238, enacted in 2022. 4e. The reimbursement amounts set forth in this section 5 are based on the amounts that the administrator reports to the 6th treasurer in accordance with subsection 3 of this section. For 7 purposes of this subsection, 4.5, population is determined 8 pursuant to the most recently published population estimates 9 from the state demographer appointed by the executive director 10 of the Department of Local Affairs. 11f. If a local governmental entity is located in more than 12 one county, then the part located in each county is treated like 13 any other local governmental entity located within the county. 14 for the purpose of determining the reimbursement amount under 15 subsection 4.5a of this section, but for the purpose of 16 applying subsection 4.5b of this section, the entire local 17 governmental entity is considered. 18.5, on or before March 21, 2024, based on the information 19 available as of that date, the property tax administrator shall submit a 20 report to the General Assembly describing the aggregate reduction of local 21 government total property tax revenue during reduction for all 22 local governmental entities statewide for the property tax year 23 commencing on January 1, 2023. As a result of the changes made in 24 Senate Bill 22 to 238, enacted in 2022, that reduced valuations for 25 assessment set forth pursuant to sections 39-1-104, 1b, and 1.8b, 2639-1-104.2, 3, Q, 2, and 3 are 2, and 39-3-104.3, 2. 27, 5.5a. The local government backfill cash fund is dash 57, 303. 1 hereby created in the state treasury. The fund consists of 2 money transferred to the fund in accordance with subsection 3, 5.5b of this section. The state treasurer shall credit all 4 interest and income derived from the deposit and investment of 5 money in the local government backfill cash fund to the fund. 6b. On February 1, 2024, the state treasurer shall 7 transfer $128 million from the 8 general fund to the fund. 9c. The money in the fund is available for the state 10 treasurer to pay the warrants required to be issued in 11 accordance with subsection 4a, 2 of this section. 12.6. This section is repealed, effective July 1, 2025, July 1, 2035. 13. Section 15. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 39-5-129 as 14 follows, 1539-5-129. Delivery of tax warrant, public inspection, repeal. 16.1. As soon as practicable after the requisite taxes for the year have been 17. Levied but in no event later than January 10th of each year, the assessor. 18. Shall deliver the tax warrant under the hand and official seal of the 19 assessor to the treasurer, which shall be made readily available to the 20 general public during the collection year in a convenient location in the 21 courthouse. The assessor shall retain 1 or more true copies thereof. 22. Which shall be made readily available to the general public during the 23 collection year in a convenient location in the courthouse. Such tax 24 warrant shall set forth the assessment roll, reciting the persons in whose 25 names taxable property in the county has been listed, the class of such 26 taxable property and the valuation for assessment thereof, the several 27 taxes levied against such valuation, and the amount of such taxes. 58, 303. 1 extended against each separate valuation. At the end of the warrant, the 2 aggregate of all taxes levied shall be totaled, balanced, and prorated to the 3 several funds of each levying authority, and the treasurer shall be commanded to collect all such taxes. 5.2a. For the property tax year commencing on January 6, 2023, the deadline set forth in subsection 1 of this section is 7 postponed from January 10, 2024, to January 19, 2024. 8b. This subsection 2 is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 9. Section 16. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-10-103, add 10.1 c, as follows, 1139-10-103. Tax Statement, repeal. 1 c. I. For the 12 property tax year commencing on January 1, 2023, the treasurer 13 shall mail the statement as soon as practicable after January 14, 2024. 15. 2. This subsection, 1 c. is repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 16. Section 17. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-21-113, amend 17.24, as follows. 1839-21-113. Reports and Returns, Rule, repeal. 19.24, notwithstanding any other provision of this section, the Executive 20 Director, after receiving from the Property Tax Administrator a list of 21 individuals who are claiming either the property tax exemptions for 22 qualifying seniors and disabled veterans allowed under Part 2 of Article 23.3 of this Title 39 or the primary residence real property or 24 qualified senior primary residence real property classification 25, for the property, shall provide to the Property Tax Administrator 26 information pertaining to the listed individuals, including their names, 27 Social Security numbers, marital and income tax filing status, and 59, 303. 1. Residency status, needed by the administrator to verify that the exemption 2 or classification is allowed only to applicants who satisfy legal 3 requirements for claiming it. The administrator and the administrator's 4 agents, clerks, and employees shall keep all information received from the 5 Executive Director confidential, and any individual who fails to do so is 6 guilty of a misdemeanor and subject to punishment as specified in 7 subsection 6 of this section. 8. Section 18. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-22-2002, add 9, 5.5, as follows, 1039-22-2002. Fiscal years commencing on or after July 1, 1998 11, State Sales Tax Refund, Authority of Executive Director, repeal. 12, 5.5a. In addition to the calculations otherwise required by 13 this section, no later than October 1, 2023, the Executive 14 Director shall calculate the amount of the identical individual 15 refund calculated pursuant to subsection 2a of this section. 16. And the income classifications and the amount of the refund. 17. Allowed for each income classification pursuant to Section 1839-22-2003, 3. For the taxable year commencing during the fiscal 19 year based on the amount of excess state revenues that will be 20 refunded under Section 39-3-210 with or without the provisions 21 of this Senate Bill 23-____ taking effect. 22. B. This subsection, 5.5, is repealed, effective July 1, 2024. 23. Section 19. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 22-54-114, add 10.24 as follows, 25-22-54-114. State Public School Fund, repeal. 10A. On February 26, 2024, the State Treasurer shall transfer $27.72 million from the General Fund to the State. 60, 303. 1 Public School Fund for the purpose of offsetting reductions in 2 school district property tax revenue. 3B. This subsection, 10 IS repealed, effective July 1, 2025. For Section 20. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-5-121, add 3.5, 5 as follows, 639-5-121. Notice of Valuation, Legislative Declaration, 7 Definition, Repeal. 3.5, A. On or before March 1, 2024, the aid administrator shall prepare a description of the property tax 9 classes and subclasses set forth in sections 39-1-104 and 1039-1-104.2, the valuation for assessment for the different 11 classes and subclasses, the property tax years that the various 12 valuations for assessment apply, and information about the 13 application process set forth in section 39-1-104.6, 3. The 14 assessor shall either include the description along with a Notice 15 of valuation that is required to be sent in the 2024 calendar 16 year under subsection 1 or 1.5 of this section or make it 17 available on the assessor's website. 18b. This subsection 3.5 IS repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 19 Section 21. In Colorado Revised Statutes 39-10-104.5, amend 23a as follows: 2139-10-104.5. Payment dates, optional payment dates, failure 22 to pay, delinquency. 3a. If the first installment is not paid on or 23 before the last day of February, then delinquent interest on the first 24 installments shall accrue at the rate of 1% per month from the first 25 day of March until the date of payment, except that, if payment of the first 26 installment is made after the last day of February but not later than 27 days after the mailing by the treasurer of the tax statement, or true and 61, 303. 1 Actual notification of an electronic statement, pursuant to Section 239-10-103(1)(a), no such delinquent interest shall accrue. If the second 3 installment is not paid by the 15th day of June, delinquent interest on for the second installment shall accrue at the rate of 1% per month 5 from the 16th day of June until the date of payment. Interest on the 6 first installment shall continue to accrue at the same time that interest is 7 accruing on the unpaid portion of the second installment. The taxpayer 8 shall continue to have the option of paying delinquent property taxes in 9 2 equal installments until 1 day prior to the sale of the tax lien on 10 such property pursuant to Article 11 of this title. 11.2a. For the property tax year commencing on January 12, 2023, delinquent interest does not accrue if payment of the 13 first installment is made after the last day of February but not 14 later than 15 days after the mailing by the treasurer of the 15 tax statement, or TRO, an actual notification of an electronic 16 statement, pursuant to Section 39-10-103(1). 17b. This subsection, 3a, 2, IS repealed, effective July 1, 2025. 19 Section 22. Appropriation. 1. For the 2023-24 state fiscal 20 year, $62,426 is appropriated to the Department of Local Affairs. This 21 appropriation is from the General Fund. To implement this act, the 22 department may use this appropriation for the purchase of information 23 technology services. 24. 2. For the 2023-24 state fiscal year, $62,426 is appropriated to 25 the Office of the Governor for use by the Office of Information Technology. 26. This appropriation is from reappropriated funds received from the 27 Department of Local Affairs under subsection 1 of this section. 2. 62, 303. 1. Implement this act, the office may use this appropriation to provide 2 information technology services for the Department of Local Affairs. 3. For the 2023-24 state fiscal year, $94,162,222 is appropriated to the Department of Education. This appropriation is from the State 5 Education Fund created in Section 17, 4a, of Article 9 of the 6th State Constitution. To implement this act, the department may use this 7 appropriation for the state share of district's total program funding. 8 Section 23. Effective date. 1. Except as otherwise provided 9 in subsection 2 of this section, this act takes effect only if a majority of 10 voters approve the ballot issue referred in accordance with Section 1124-77-202, Colorado Revised Statutes, enacted in Section 3 of this act. 12 And in which case this act takes effect on the date of the official 13 declaration of the vote thereon by the governor. 14. 2. Section 3, Section 39-1-104.2, 3.7, enacted in Section 9 of this. 15 Bill, Section 39-3-210, 1, A.3, 1e, and 2.5, enacted or amended in 16 Section 14 of this Act, Section 18, this Section 23, and Section 24 of this Act 17 take effect upon passage. 18 Section 24. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, 19 determines, and declares that this Act is necessary for the immediate 20 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. 63, 303.
Members, we are back to third reading discussion. The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 303. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, here we are, one last time. It's going to sound eerily similar to some comments that I made yesterday, because guess what? They're related issues. We're talking about Senate Bill 303, which causes some very substantial changes to our Taxpayer Bill of Rights and how much money is returned to taxpayers via the Taxpayer Bill of Rights refund mechanism, and how much revenue government takes in. As a refresher, in the last 20 years, Coloradans have seen their average income go up somewhere on the order of 10 to 20%. Adjusted for inflation, that means their income, their actual raw purchasing power, has gone down somewhere in the neighborhood of about 30%. Again, in 2005, when I was last down here as a legislative aide, the average Coloradan average wage was around $55,000. Today, because of inflation, you would need to make $86,000 to have the same purchasing power that $55,000 had in 2005. However, in that same time period, government revenue has increased about 160%. General fund has gone from a $6 billion fund to this year we turned in a budget with a $16 billion general fund. Which means that while the average citizen's average salary has increased 10 to 20% in the last roughly 20 years, government's revenue, state government's revenue has gone up about 160%. Adjusted for inflation, the average citizen has lost somewhere around 30% of the purchasing power of their salary. While adjusted for per capita and inflation, state government has seen over a 50% increase in the purchasing power of their revenue. And that is why I'm down here talking about this. Because Senate Bill 303 continues this trend. It raises the Taxpayer Bill of Rights cap, as we've discussed, as my colleague from the Western Slope so eloquently laid out. It increases it by 1% compounding every year. And because of the power of that compounding interest, we very quickly go from that Taxpayer Bill of Rights cap being a couple $100 million to several $1 billion. We've already raised the Taxpayer Bill of Rights cap once, back in 2005, with Referendum C. And as a result, from 2005 up until last year, Coloradans did not get any meaningful Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds because of that cap increase in the amount of money that state government was allowed to raise and spend. And now, for the first time in almost 20 years, we're starting to see forecasts in which the citizens of Colorado would begin to see refunds under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And all of that is jeopardized by Senate Bill 303. And so I ask, why is it? Why is it that we're having this conversation now? At a time when cost of living and inflation are hurting Coloradans, hurting families, hurting small businesses. At a time when the purchasing power of the average citizen's income has gone down by double digits. At the same time, state government's purchasing power has gone up, adjusted per capita in inflation. So that's compensating for the increase in Colorado's population and inflation. Nevertheless, state government's revenue, the purchasing power thereof, has gone up over 50%. This is not the right time to be reaching into the pockets of our citizens who are already struggling to make ends meet and telling them, in order to lower your property taxes, we will raise other taxes. In effect, that's what this legislation does. It says we'll lower taxes by raising other taxes to cover the lost revenue from the taxes that we lowered. But not only that, we're going to raise those taxes via that 1% compounding interest. So there may be a small amount of relief felt on the property tax front, but because of that compounding interest, once again, what's happening is the Taxpayer Bill of Rights cap on government spending is raised to the tune of billions of dollars over the next 10 years, and at a time when the state has already increased its purchasing power by over 50%. This is not the right time to do this. This is not the appropriate fashion to do this. This is not the appropriate way to do this. This harms our citizens who are trying to make ends meet, who are suffering from the high cost of living, from rising inflation, and passing it quickly over the weekend leaves me very uncomfortable. I've received outreach from a lot of my constituents over the weekend or this morning who left their jobs on a Friday night and came back to work on a Monday morning, read the news, and thought, oh my goodness, what in the world happened over the weekend? I've gotten that constituent conversation. And so I ask you here today, vote no on this legislation. This is not the right time to accelerate the growth of government, and it is not appropriate to accelerate the growth of government in a manner that harms our citizens and our taxpayers who are already struggling with high cost of living, high inflation. I ask for your no vote on this.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a tremendous honor to serve with you here today.
And a tremendous honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, I hope that we all knew coming in here to this session 120 days ago. I think we all knew that we were going to be having to have a conversation around property tax policy this session. Realistically, that conversation has occurred the last two sessions. But I believe that, at least I hope, that each and every one of us walked in here knowing that there had been a dramatic increase in residential property values, and in fact, all property values. That tends to be less on the radar. So I believe we knew. I knew, but that's my previous job. I will tell you that the governor's office knew. And after waiting for 113 days for a solution to be brought here to this chamber of professionals, of people who have life experience and knowledge, after waiting for a solution, this is what we have. And we're supposed to vote yes, because there's no other option on the table. And gosh, This is better than nothing, right? I'm afraid I disagree. I had the opportunity to listen to testimony on this bill and appropriations. You know, before I came here as a legislator, I've had the opportunity to testify on a number of occasions in committee in this building. And I've had varying experiences. Sometimes they were really good experiences because I felt heard. I felt like the committee members cared about what I had to say. And I've also had quite the opposite experience, which was very unfortunate. And I will tell you that my experience on the other end of the spectrum on Saturday, I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed for a couple of different reasons. And one of those is because I knew, as you know, if you have read any of your emails or listened to your voicemails or watched social media, we have people who are depending on us. They are depending on us. And those people who are depending on us, who wanted to weigh in and tell us about their concerns, their experiences, what they're seeing, their voices were limited. Because we were in a hurry, because we had waited 113 days for a solution, and we had to get it through right now, so we had to limit testimony. I not only felt like I needed to apologize to those citizens, but I did. And I started to apologize on behalf of the committee, and I stopped because I realized that I was probably, again, in the minority in feeling like that apology needed to happen. These weren't people who were standing there with pitchforks yelling at us. These weren't people who wanted to unduly influence the situation. They were just people, citizens, who wanted us to hear them. You have heard my colleagues talk in great detail about the impacts and the complexities of the interaction between Referendum C, Tabor, surpluses, this bill. And so I'm not going to go into that because I think they did an outstanding job describing the compounding effect of a 1% increase in this formula. But rather, I'd like to talk to you about the real effectiveness of this bill. For 2022 and 2023, in previous sessions, we've adjusted the residential assessment rate because we've had to. When Gallagher was repealed by the good citizens of the state in 2020, And it was not replaced. We just repealed it. We were supposed to repeal and replace, but that didn't really happen. So we had to jump in. Legislatively, the state had to jump in. And they did so in a couple of different ways. First, they started reducing the residential assessment rate. And that had to happen. I didn't disagree with that because our citizens needed relief. In 2022, things were adjusted again with Senate Bill 238. There were some good things that came out of that. Some things I didn't necessarily agree with. I didn't think it was enough, to tell you the truth. But let me tell you, I'm just going to remind you, there are 3 components to calculating a property tax. There is the property value, there is the assessment rate, and there's the mill levy. I believe it's a good thing that there are different entities who oversee all 3 of those. The property value is based on the real estate market and is established by the county assessor, local government. That's their job. Since the Gallagher repeal, the assessment rate for residential property—
Representative Frizzell, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, ma'am— is no longer a calculated rate. It is a rate established here in this chamber. And then the last component, the mill levy, is established by those local government entities providing services. I will leave you with this, because this is important. I need you to listen to me. Between the previous residential assessment rate and what is provided in this bill, there is a 1% reduction. It's actually less than that. Tell me how that is relief. If your property value is increasing 30 to 70% and we reduce the rate by 1%, how is that relief? I asked for your no vote on this, and I asked for a special session so that we can come back and fix this problem for our citizens. They deserve it.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over Senate Bill 303 to the end of the 3rd reading calendar.
Senate Bill 303 will be laid over until the end of the 3rd reading calendar. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 296.
Senate Bill 296 by Senators Winter F. and Marchman, also Representatives Bacon and Harrod, concerning protections for students against discriminatory practices at school.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 296 on 3rd reading, final passage.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay. Hi, everyone. So if anyone has seen a little bacon, let me know. But in the meantime, I don't see Conrad either. In the meantime, I want to talk about how great this bill is. Okay, 296 is the best thing since sliced bread. Oh, there's some bacon. Thank you.
Well done, Representative Harrod. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
We love bacon.
Okay.
Some of us.
We move the bill, yes, and we would like to, I would like to move.
First, ask permission.
Move the bill? Oh, sorry. Could have done that.
Permission for a 3rd reading amendment.
Okay. Thank you. I was going to say I'd like to move for permission or to ask permission to bring a 3rd.
I move permission for a 3rd reading amendment.
Please proceed.
Okay. Oink. Anyway. So family, we have some cleanups from our lovely drafter, who is the best person ever. I know we clapped for everyone yesterday. So we have some cleanup language, and we have cleanup language in regards to what we wanted to say by way of investigations into the federal law and state law happening at the same time. And so we had to change the wording to meet that intent. So we ask your permission to bring this third reading amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, members, the question before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 296. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Degree Kennedy is excused. Representative Lindsay and Weissman is excused. Please close the machine. With 46 ayes, 16 no, and 3 excused, permission to run a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 296 is granted. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, everyone. I will move L55 and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. As you can see, this is editing. I know we moved some of this yesterday, but we just have to be sure that we get the language right. And the last portion there is the clarity around concurrently investigating federal law at the same time. So we ask for an aye vote.
Representative DeGraff. We are on the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L055 to Senate Bill 296. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms and Luck. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 18 no, and 3 excused, the amendment is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 296 as amended.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 296 as amended. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have a question, and this is based on some emails I had, based on the conversation we had. I had a great conversation with the bill sponsors yesterday, and so I'd just like to have that possibly, if I can ask this question correctly, have it explained to everybody. And that is in the section on 22-1-140, prohibit harassment on discrimination policy required training and notification. Into the definition of harassment discrimination, a student, school staff, or employee of the school or local education provider directed at a student or a group of students because of that student's or group's membership in or perceived membership in a protected class, and those are the words that are causing concern, based on disability, race, creed, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, family composition, religion, age, national origin, or ancestry. And the problem is, my sticking point is, comes from, like, I would feel better if a protected class wasn't in there, because if there's a protected class, there's an unprotected class. My reading of it is that, now is this a protected classification? A protected classification would be color, sex, sexual orientation, gender, and what is the, if there is a protected class, how is there not an unprotected class? And if that's not the case, then how does this not leave people out of these intersections, those that are not of a protected class, not of a protected color, not of a protected sex, not of a protected sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, family composition, religion, age, or national origin. So that's the concern, because if you take those all together and assume there's a non-protected class of each one of those, that leaves a very small intersection of very specific individuals that feel right now that they would have that they would be denied actually actively denied a voice by this legislation. And so that's what I would like explained. Thank you.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
So protected class is a term that you will find throughout civil rights and constitutional law. It is not a term that we created for this statute. Protected class means that these facets of identities are the ones in which we can say discrimination is occurring for. So what would theoretically be what you describe an unprotected class could mean anything that is not the race, religion, creed. So in harassment law, if you are being targeted because you're tall, that is not a protected class. Or if you're short and wanted to dream and play basketball, I am not a protected class. So that's what that means. Again, it's not a word that we created. I think any attorney, regardless of where you land, can confirm that. I will also note that the discrimination, there are only a few laws that talk particularly about a disposition. So in ability, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act talks about discrimination for a disability, not for your ability, that you are able-bodied. Title IX is only for sex. That's because that's within the confine of the law. But being targeted for your creed, race, it does not say which. So if you are targeted for being a Christian, that is discrimination based off of your religion. If you are targeted based off of your creed or ancestry, even if it's from Scotland, sorry, I'm just looking at, that is still discrimination. So I just want to be very clear. The language does not say which for those other protected classes. The only ones that it does is for disability in 504 and for gender and sex on the basis of sex in Title IX. Members, I'd like to just close and again, thank you for listening yesterday and for your support of this bill. It is really important that we are able to send a message to our kids across the state, as well as those who work with them, of what kind of behavior Coloradans say is hurtful. And in particular, we do know that we have seen, unfortunately, even in the last couple of months, that we need to be clearer on what families and students and even staff understand, know, and can expect when it comes to the unfortunate circumstance that is harassment and discrimination. We have all been talking about how to support our students through the things that they're wading through in regards to their mental health. And this is a huge component of it. And as I said yesterday, I'll say again, knowledge is power. That is what our K-12 systems are supposed to build in our kids. And part of that knowledge also includes what it means to be harassed or discriminated against, so we can support them with the knowledge that they can be more powerful in their being. And with that, we really hope that you vote and support this bill.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you again to my co-prime sponsor for all the work that you've done in the educational system, but also for kids here. I just want to remind folks of the conversation that we had yesterday, and thank you all so much for being here and listening. You know, the stories that I read about and heard about from young people being harassed and discriminated against in schools is not acceptable. You know, I'm very much used to someone calling me and as a young person and hearing about young people being called the N-word in school, being discriminated against because of their perceived sexual orientation. being mocked because of their religion that's different. But what I think none of us can accept or be okay with is someone who has the courage to report that they are being threatened or said or laughed about, lynching them, who has the courage to report it, gets no response at all. No response. Doesn't know their rights, doesn't know or have an adult in the room that can support them, doesn't feel like the educational system cares. We can't fail our young people in that way. We can't continue to fail our young people in that way. I was talking to the prime sponsors in the Senate about this bill and how it was brought to me in this building, but it was brought to them by young people who face discrimination in their schools. And the heartbreaking stories that I heard made me even more compelled to ensure that we get this bill across the finish line in the last day. Then it also reminded me of a young friend that I have who called me earlier this year and said, I'm being discriminated against in my school because of my gender expression. I'm not able to even try to audition for the same roles that match who I think I am in drama. And I've tried to talk to my school about it, and I'm not getting any type of response. Can you help? I'm grateful that after having conversations with that person's parents, coaching them through persisting, that conversations did happen. But there should never be an issue where a young person doesn't get a response, doesn't get to have an advocate for them in that school community. They shouldn't have to reach out to a legislator. They shouldn't. And if they even know one, I mean, that's impossible for most young people. So this bill will help, I think, so many more folks than we know to feel like they belong to something, to feel like someone cares about them, but yes, also to ensure that we do all that we can to stop discrimination and harassment towards our young people in schools. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 296 as amended on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 20 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 296 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 280.
Senate Bill 280 by Senator Mullica, also Representative Snyder, concerning the mitigation of certain transportation-related environmental hazards and in connection therewith, creating the Fuels Impact Enterprise to administer programs and impose fees that are related to the transportation of fuel within the state, modifying the fee collected for the distribution to the perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances cash fund, modifying the petroleum storage tank fund, allowing the Colorado State Patrol to conform hazard material routing regulations to Transportation Commission rules, and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 280 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 280 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives Bachenfeld, Judah, Woodrow. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 19 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 280 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 92.
Senate Bill 92 by Senators Simpson and Hansen, also Representatives McCormick and Soper, concerning opportunities for voluntary emission reductions in agriculture and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 92 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 92 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 12 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 92 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 302.
Senate Bill 302 by Senators Pelton B. and Hendrickson, also Representatives Ortiz and Hartsook, concerning changes to the Colorado Veterans Service to Career Program.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 302 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 302 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bradfield. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 1 no, 3 excused, Senate Bill 302 is adopted. Co-sponsors. The House will stand in a brief recess.
The House will come back to order. Conference committee reports.
First report on First Conference Committee on House Concurrent Resolution 1001. This report amends the re-revised concurrent resolution to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House
The
of
remainder of
Representatives.
the conference report will be printed in the journal.
First report on First Conference Committee on House Bill 1019. This report amends the re-revised bill to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The remainder of the report will be printed in the journal.
First report on First Conference Committee on House Bill 1147. This report amends the re-revised bill to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of
Report will be
Representatives.
printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker Pro
Message
Tem,
from the Senate will be printed in the journal. Message from the reviser.
we herewith transmit.
Message from the reviser will be printed in the journal. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order. Consideration to Senate amendments to House bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1304.
House Bill 1304 by Representatives McCluskey and Frizzell, also Senators Roberts and Exum, concerning modifications to the affordable housing programs created by the voters' approval of Proposition 123.
Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1304. Members, our colleagues in the Senate made a few changes. One, to make sure that for mobile home parks that they could qualify along with their assignees to access Proposition 123 funds. They created more flexibility in administration on timelines specifically. They clarified some language in the legislative declaration that all Coloradans deserve to live in communities that they work in and not have to pay more than 30% of their income on housing costs. And we helped clarify some language thanks to the input and direction of my good colleague from Erie, Colorado, who provided some additional, expressed some additional hopes in how we framed language within the bill. I am very grateful for that input. With that, I ask for your support.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I would also ask for your support and concur with the Senate recommendations.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1304. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representatives Catlin, DeGraff, Holtorf, Luck, Lynch, and Soper, please vote. Representative Luck is excused. You're welcome. Representative Soper is fined 25 cents. Please close the machine. With 60 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 1 excuse, the House will concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1304. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the repassage. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Is that right? Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1304 as amended.
There is discussion. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I like the idea of the House issuing a requirement that housing costs, and I'm trying to figure this out, how we require that this is going to be less than 30%. And, you know, if we want to help the people of Colorado, we don't need more legislation. What we need is less. We need less legislation. We need to figure out how to unwind this. We need to figure out how to go back. When we look at the construction costs being 24, 25%, 1/4 of your cost of building a house, buying a house, are the costs of regulation. That is something that we can fix. That's something that we can do in legislation by undoing legislation. Affordable housing also means for sale housing that could be purchased by a household with an annual income at or below 100% of the median income. We're working on stuff to try to band-aid over problems that legislation has created. Why don't we just uncreate the problem? The housing market is a very complex. The problems in the housing market have to do with monetary policy. They have to do with inflation that's largely created by energy policy. They have to do with energy policy that's largely driven by carbon goals that don't have anything to do with the climate. We've doubled and tripled the cost of energy. We've put our...
Representative DeGraff, please stick to House Bill 1304.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but this is about how we get... We want payment costs, the household, less than 30% or less of the monthly income. So we're trying to create legislation to get housing costs to be less than 30% of the monthly income, and we're doing everything opposite. We've driven up housing costs by regulation. We've driven up housing costs by energy. By energy that drives everything, including the supply chain. We've backed up the supply chain so it's 6 months to 2 years behind. If the supply chain is 6 months to 2 years behind, now we have this thing called Economics 101. Everybody should have had Economics 101. You have a limited supply, you have an increasing demand that drives up the price. If we want to solve the problem, we need to look in this house first. We need to undo the problems that we've created. So I think there's a lot of good intention in here, but we're not addressing the problem. We're just addressing how we feel about the problem. So it's very difficult to get behind a solution that doesn't solve anything. How many more problems do we need to create? How many more layers of bureaucracy do we need to create? We need a piece of legislation that tells people that we want the prices of housing to be less. That's not something that legislation can do. Not well, not without consequences. Legislation can't demand of the market. The market is everybody. The market is everybody that's out there, all making individual decisions. How much they're going to supply, whether it's good for them, whether it's an exchange of good for good. Yet we're going to try to dabble in it. We're going to try to make it a little bit more. We're going to try to tweak it on our behalf to try to cover over the symptoms of the problems that legislation has created. Again. To create more problems again. But we'll go out, and most likely this will create more. Let's just say this is neutral. Neutral hasn't moved us anywhere. We can solve problems. We can figure out what the problems are, but most of the problems, the really, really big problems, you're going to typically find your solution in prior legislation. The problem with housing, like I said, it gets into, we had a deep discussion with some economists yesterday, some actual economists. This gets into monetary policy, this gets into inflation, this gets into fuel costs, this gets into all of these things. It's not going to be solved with this bill. I would like it to be solved with this bill, but I don't have any confidence it will be solved in this bill. I would like the legislation to actually solve problems. And the problems that it can't solve inside its box of, inside the constraints of the Constitution, that doesn't mean they don't need to be solved. That just means they can't be solved with inside the parameters that align with the consent of the governed, which are to promote the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness that are to secure human thriving. Yet we want to jump outside of that box, try to make solutions. We actually make it worse. So let's maybe put a pause on throwing out legislation that doesn't do anything. And actually take the time to get into the problem, to figure out what's causing the problem. And we're not doing that. So I'd like to get behind the bill. I'd like to get behind the sponsors because I know the intentions are great. But we're just going to add, I'm just not convinced that adding whatever bureaucracy that's in here is going to actually address any of the issues. And I would like for this body to have actual time, like we're supposed to have, to discuss these issues, which is something that we can't do when we're passing 650 pieces of legislation per year. Maybe 10,000 pages, at least 6,000. So I'm here to solve problems. I'd like to work with my colleagues to solve problems. This doesn't solve a problem. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the repassage of House Bill. Representative Frizzell. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1304 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Weissman is excused. Representatives Holtorf and Winter, please vote. Please close the machine. I'm sorry, Representative Luck is back, so we'll give her a chance to vote. Okay, please close the machine. With 59 aye votes, 5 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1304 is repassed as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please read co-sponsors.
Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1174.
House Bill 1174 by Representatives Amabile and Brown, also Senators Baisley and Roberts, concerning homeowners insurance and in connection therewith, requiring certain reports related to the cost of reconstructing a home, increasing the notice requirement before an insurer can cancel or refuse to renew a homeowner's insurance policy, creating guaranteed replacement cost coverage in homeowners insurance, and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader, we'll let these good folks go. You are ready. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1174.
Please proceed.
well deserved.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was funnier for the first 110 days of session, and it's a little less funny now. So we reduced the appropriations over in the Senate, and I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further conversation, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1174. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative English, Froelich.
Mr. Schiebel, we're switched.
Oh, I thought I switched it back.
Degree.
Give it a try now.
Yes.
Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 5 no, 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1174 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1174 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, thank you. Please close the machine. With 46 ayes, 17 no, and 2 excused, the motion to repass House Bill 1174 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1258.
House Bill 1258 by Representatives Sharbini and Garcia, also Senators Cutter and Priola, concerning creating a task force to study the costs associated with drug crimes and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we worked very hard in crafting a bill that would provide us with a study that would give us unbiased data and results. Unfortunately, in the Senate, they preferred to craft a study that would lead to desired results, and to me, that is a fault of integrity. Therefore,
Representative Sharbini.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We ask that the House adhere to the version that we put forward.
Representative Sharbini, would you move that?
I move that the House adhere to our version of 1258.
Representative Evans.
come on, what? Why you gotta do this?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, in the Senate, as you all recall, this bill studies the cost associated with the enforcement of drug laws. The Senate added a couple of words that said costs and benefits associated with the enforcement of drug laws. And so I rise in support of the Senate version of this bill because I believe that studying the costs and benefits associated with the enforcement of drug laws leads to a more well-rounded and well-informed result. I was just trolling through some media and some press releases. I came across a news article, a recent news article that talked about federal authorities here in Colorado, state and federal authorities, seizing 200,000 fentanyl pills and talking about how many tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people could be injured or killed as a result of that amount of fentanyl out on our streets. We all know that we're in the middle of an opioid crisis, and so I found some numbers that talked about the cost of opioid addiction here in the state of Colorado. And so the research that I have says that as the number of individuals absent from the labor force due to opioids grew, Colorado's economy lost an increasing number of work hours. Between 1999 and 2015, Colorado cumulatively lost a total of 360 million work hours. And since opioid dependency led more women out of the labor force than men, 56% of the lost work hours were attributed to Colorado's decline in female labor force participation. So then the breakdown becomes 200 million work hours lost due to absent female workers, and 160 million work hours lost due to male workers. And so with the addition of the Senate amendments that look at the cost and benefits associated with the drug enforcement laws, I can't help but tie these two situations together and note that through drug enforcement, 200,000 fentanyl pills were seized just in one bust late last year. How many lives were saved as a result of that? And what is the cost, both in economic benefit and also measured in terms of humanity? What was the cost and benefit of being able to remove that amount of poison from our streets? What is the cost and the benefit to then ensuring that our citizens aren't negatively impacted by drugs like that, which then leads to an increase, as I just read to you, an increase in productivity when folks are not in the grip of this substance abuse and are therefore able to then lead their lives, go to work, have their jobs, and not become one of these statistics that I just read to you. And so for that reason, because of the Senate's addition of cost and benefit analysis associated with enforcement of drug laws, I rise in support of the Senate version of this bill.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was kind of hoping we'd be done by now. All right. I'm going to support the Senate amendments here for the reason given, actually for the reason given by the sponsors, in that what we're looking at with 258 is a predetermined solution, or what looks to me to be a predetermined solution of the task force. Now, I've been on lots of task force, and one of the task force that was most telling to me was when I worked for NATO, the North Atlantic, well, I worked for USAFE, and they worked near NATO, so it's near NATO. And having flown A-10s, I was considered the expert for fighters, so I was tasked with making basing decisions for the F-22s in Europe and the United States. And I wrote up a whole paper, did all that, and it was promptly disregarded, and the generals did exactly what they wanted to. But then they had a study that said they studied it. And that's kind of usually the determination of a task force. I mean, that seems to be the purpose of a task force, and we do have them for everything but, or maybe even including tying your shoes, as my colleague noted yesterday. So if we look at this, if we look at the parameters, Because what we're not doing in this bill, so if the Senate is adding, and I note that we really didn't discuss what the Senate added other than to knock it out. I mean, we should have actually looked at what the Senate added instead of biasing the audience towards what it was. So,
Representative DeGraff, I believe the bill sponsors did speak to it.
thank you, Madam Speaker. What we're not looking at is we're not looking at the cost of not enforcing Because anytime you have a cost to do something, there's also typically a cost of not doing it. Whether that's lost opportunity, that's lost money, that's lost whatever. There's a cost to not doing it. So this bill says we're going to evaluate the costs associated with enforcement and incarceration. Drug Crimes Task Force consider and determine whether the local government costs associated. Cost is always a negative. We don't like costs. Determine the costs incurred by the judicial system. It could look at the costs of the local government, look at the local government costs, make recommendation to the General Assembly regarding how money saved, ding, 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 how money saved, by reducing the crimes or sentencing for drug crimes could be spent to reduce substance use and dependence in Colorado. But we're not looking at the cost of not enforcing. We're not looking at the cost and benefit of enforcing drug laws. We're not looking at the cost of not enforcing drug laws. And everything in this, now that if we're going to strip out the House version, and if you want to look at the scientific process of this, the idea is the idea of falsification. And that a result is really only valid, has a likelihood of being valid only if it's something that you didn't think you would find. But what this bill expects to find already as part of the writing is the costs, and the money saved. This bill comes with a money saved. We already know what this task force is going to find. But we don't know what it's going to ignore, and that's the cost of not enforcing this. So if you don't enforce these drug laws, how much more of the drugs are on the street? How has it worked when we decriminalized fentanyl? And I guess the idea was like, well, if fentanyl is not a crime, then criminals won't do fentanyl, and then we won't have it on our street. But it seems like the fentanyl deaths have gone up, not down. So what are the costs? What are the costs of not enforcing the drug laws? And I don't think this is to not enforce any drug laws, but we're looking at all of the costs. And we're not looking at the benefits. And if you're only looking at the costs, you're not looking at the benefits, all you're going to find is a one-sided solution. That's called confirmation bias. This has lots of things on how to do this, establish procedures on how to allow the task force to participate in meetings remotely. Not sure why. Look at the cost incurred, look at the cost associated, look at the total state and local government costs, make recommendations to the General Assembly regarding money, how it could be used to save. And it could be used to save that, and we could put all of the money towards that, and that would be great. But is there a cost incurred by not enforcing it? And so for the Senate to look at the benefits of enforcing it, to look at the do a cost-benefit analysis, you always do a cost-benefit analysis. You don't do a cost analysis, you do a cost-benefit analysis. And maybe with a cost-benefit analysis, you'll find that that's the case, but this is a cost analysis. And the benefit is to do something else, but it's not looking at the cost of not enforcing. So I think the premise of the study is flawed, and maybe that's just my understanding of it. But that's why we have these discussions. That's why we have the opportunity to come up here and have a conversation, a back and forth, where we can have these discussions in front of everybody. That's why third reading allows 10 minutes of discussion per person in closing comments. Because making sure this is done thoroughly is much better than being done quickly. So my recommendation would be that we do this thoroughly and stop focusing on quickly. So I'm going to have to be a no vote on this task force, not because I don't care about drugs, not because I don't care about any of that stuff, but because I think we owe it to the process, we owe it to the citizens to do this right. Not just have a study in it that looks to me that it has a focus on the costs and not looking at the costs of not enforcing. And that's important. Because next year, whatever this task force comes up with will be the basis of making legislation, because then you can say, hey, the task force that you did this found this. So therefore, we will make legislation. And it will be partial, and it will be on partial data. So I recommend a no vote on this bill, and I recommend, no vote on this bill.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in opposition to adhere to this. I think the Senate amendment was good. The fact that it changed it to cost-benefit analysis makes sense. As my previous colleague said, that's what you actually do. You don't just do a cost analysis, you do cost-benefit. And I think the sponsor said the reason is because the Senate is trying to morph it into or change it into something that's a predetermined. Well, I think that's what 1285 is. They've already got a predetermined outcome. And I don't believe in the idea of just making drugs legal. And so I stand against this, and I stand for the Senate changing it to that.
Representative Sharbini.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. When you talk about a cost-benefit analysis, taking out what my fellow representative from Adams and Weld County stated about the amount of pills, if you take out DF1 and DF2s, you're really not studying the whole case, so you're not going to get the proper results. And then adding DPS, or Department of Public Safety, to the actuarial study to control the college and what information they're gathering actually causes a problem, in my opinion. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is to adhere to the House version of House Bill 1258. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 23 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to adhere is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1309.
House Bill 1309 by Representatives Harrod Snyder, also Senator Hawkins Lewis, concerning the restructuring of the performance-based incentive for film production in Colorado and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Reducing an appropriation.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So yes, we did take a haircut in the Senate, but I believe we still want to concur with Senate amendments. I'll leave it up to my wonderful co-prime.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I completely disagree with my co-prime. But we can't come back tomorrow. So the Senate did decrease the amount of the film credit for Colorado, but with this vote, we will enact, with the signature, of course, of the governor, the first ever film incentive tax credit in the history of Colorado. So thank you all. Please vote for concurrence, and then, yes, please vote for the bill.
Members, would one of you move concurrence?
Oh, yeah. I move to concur to Senate amendments, gobble, gobble, to House Bill 1309. Gobble.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1309. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives DeGraff, Luck, Mabry, and Weinberg. Representative Weinberg is excused. Please close the machine. With 49 aye, 14 no, and 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1309 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1309 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1309 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed. I'm sorry, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to be brief. I appreciate this bill getting behind the ideas that we've been trying to promote all, I almost said semester, all session. It does feel like school. In that lowering the tax rate, lowering the taxes encourages business. So rather than, so my only problem with this bill, this piece of legislation, is that it doesn't really go far enough, and it creates an issue with the equality under the law. I like the idea of bringing business to Colorado. I like the idea that bringing this business to Colorado will have effects outside of just that business, and they will bolster all they will bring up the numbers in every way, shape, and form. But instead of looking at this and saying, hey, we could learn a lesson from this idea when we say that, we're not lowering the business, we're not lowering the taxes on other businesses. So if we want to encourage other businesses to come here, and I'm not sure if we're going to have the Silicon Valley one, we want to bring these businesses here, we want to bring this industry here, why don't we just unwind the restrictions on all of the businesses? Why don't we encourage all of the businesses in Colorado and reap the benefit that we're saying that will benefit from here? So I'm just having a hard time understanding how we justify all the really good things that will come out of this bill while we continue to apply pressure to all the other businesses instead of just letting them expand, letting them breathe, letting them hire more employees. Let's encourage them to come to Colorado. But instead we're going to do a small one here, but I still like it just because it's an admission that the policy, the tax policy is a failure. It's driving businesses out of Colorado. It's driving businesses out of the country. So I like the idea of this. I like it, except that it's an unequal application of the law. It picks winners and losers. And I would like this industry to be a winner, but I would like all industries to be a winner. So how do I vote yes for this industry and then tell the other industries that, yeah, you weren't chosen. You weren't chosen in this one. So I want this one to be a winner. I absolutely do. I absolutely do, but I really have a problem when we start applying the law differentially. I think all businesses in Colorado are important. I think all labor is important. So I'm conflicted on this. I want to vote yes because I want to see the tax burden lifted in this one small area. But I'm compelled to vote no because it's unequal. But I want to vote yes because it's just a great testimony to the failure of the idea of the tax policy that we continue to make.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, I think, to my colleague who spoke before. I want to be clear what the film incentive does real quick. The return on film incentives in Colorado is 18-1. In the past, we've had a film incentive that was a rebate, and people had to turn in their receipts to show the outcome of the state expenditure. And in that, we found that there's an 18-1 direct correlation when it comes to the economic opportunity that's brought to Colorado. But then additionally, I want to talk about who benefits from this. And yes, I'm happy to look at other industries that can show an 18-1 return as well. But I think as we think about the film incentive specifically, in this bill, which maybe this will put you over the edge to my colleague, in this bill, we have rural uplifts for Colorado, which means that rural Colorado is more likely to get this incentive and this business than anyone else, rural Colorado. We also have uplifts for underrepresented areas. The people that want to shoot and produce in Colorado are things like Yellowstone, and they're not shooting Yellowstone in Denver, okay? So this is great for the counties. This is great for outstate Colorado. But additionally, let me talk about real quick who gets this funding. And that will be folks like hard-working Coloradans who are building sets. These are laborers. These are food truck operators. These are hotels in rural Colorado because people have to stay in them. That's who benefits from this incentive. And then one more point is the amount. Ours is too low. Even this bill is too low, $5 million. Our neighboring states, $1 million tax incentive. We're going to probably get a few projects here, but not as many as Utah, Wyoming, New Mexico, that are all shooting their projects there, and some even pretending to be in Colorado. Pretending to be in Colorado, and our towns, our states get none of the benefits. So, with that, I ask for an aye vote on this bill. Happy last day of session.
Representative DeGraff, you have 6 minutes, 13 seconds remaining. This is your second time to speak.
And I don't plan to use all 6 minutes and 13 seconds. So, just because my colleagues are asking me after I spoke, those are very good reasons. And I'm very torn. But I think I'm actually going to vote yes on this. I think I'll actually vote yes on this. So I thought I'd come up and just tell you that I'm going to vote yes on this. I don't think it's, yeah. But I'm only voting yes on it. I'm voting yes on it as an admission that the tax policy of continuing to tax the businesses, so I'm voting yes on it to say that we need, whether the business brings in 18-1 returns or just brings in what it takes to keep the employees and the lights on. I don't think it's right to pick winners and losers, and I'm going to say I'm going to I would like this incentive. So everybody that votes yes on this incentive, will be saying that lowering taxes on businesses encourages business and promotes a broad range of economic activity. So I'm going to vote with everybody I will vote with everybody that wants to admit that lowering taxes on business to create business incentive. So this application, I'm going to say, is wrong because it's focused on a small group, but at the same time, we're moving in the right direction, and I appreciate everybody's admission that lowering taxes on Coloradans, and business is the right thing to do. And the way to do that is to stop the spending coming out of this body. So I'll say vote yes as an admission that the current direction of tax policy is a failure.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1309 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Excused. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 12 no, 2 excused, House Bill 1309 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1190.
House Bill 1190 by Representatives Basenecker and Sirota, also Senators Winter F. and Hawkes Lewis, concerning a right of first refusal to purchase qualifying multifamily residential property by a local government.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move that the House concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1190.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We worked with a number of stakeholders, clarified the scope of the bill, what would trigger another right of first refusal if there is a change in material price, and we deepened some of the affordability, and we ask for your support.
Representative Bottoms. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1190. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives Soper and Weinberg are excused. Please close the machine. With 42 ayes, 19 no, and 4 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1190 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1190 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1190 as amended. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to get up again and reiterate that I've gotten so many emails that this is immediately is a lawsuit. This is a lawsuit, hands down. I believe it's illegal, it's not constitutional, and we've seen it in major places around the world in our history, and they all were at the start of communism, and so I strongly disagree with this.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd really hoped this would be an easy day. Eminent domain is effectively what we're declaring, that the government, when did the government get into the business of real estate? How many things can government fail at before it stops trying to meddle? You want to have an effectively an eminent domain that extends for 6 months. It interrupts the process. You give it to, it's being used to prop up nonprofit organizations. Those nonprofit organizations aren't going to pay taxes. Those nonprofit organizations will be able to probably still at least raise their rent, and they'll be able to make more money because they're not paying taxes, so they become more profitable nonprofit organizations. Meanwhile, they're not paying taxes on that. Well, the other industries, so what we could do, and thank you for everybody for voting with me that tax relief is the way to actually promote the economy. So, I mean, I really never thought I would get such a fantastic joining of my side that we need to roll back the chokehold of government on our economy. And so but I did forget to get a picture of that, so I'm hoping somebody did, because I was really surprised at some of the people that were admitting and that were embracing the idea that not choking the economy might actually be healthy for it. There are stories like that, and the surest way to learn the value of ancient wisdom is to forget it, and that would be the story of the golden goose in this case. And the golden goose in this case is our real estate market and the owning of property. So what we want to do with this bill is we want to give, and it's been a little while since we're doing these things at a shotgun pace, and we're covering, I don't know, how many bills did we cover yesterday? About 50 maybe? I don't know. The right of first refusal, wow, that is a big benefit. Giving somebody the right of first refusal on a property, that is huge. That puts all of the flexibility in that person's pocket. I don't have to negotiate, I don't have to pay attention, I can either take it or leave it. Oh, and I have 6 months. Right of first refusal is, okay, you get right of first refusal. Here's my price, you want it or not, and that's it. But to be able to hold it for anything more than an initial offer, that's a deprivation of property. That's a violation, oh yeah, 5th and 14th Amendment. That's a violation of the 5th and 14th Amendment. It's done without due process. It's just the government coming in and saying, we're gonna take first right of refusal to your property. What does that do to the economy? Boy, I don't know. It didn't work out great in Prince George's right of first refusal. Giving the county the right to refuse sales of multifamily housing serving low and moderate incomes. What else? Oh, slumlord. Yeah, they became slums. They became slums. This rent control idea, all of these rent control ideas, what do they do? What do they do historically? Because history becomes the future when you ignore it and you refuse to learn from it. And not only do you refuse to learn from it, you go and do this exact same thing that history tells you not to. And rent control is one of those things, because what it does is it tends to immediately, when I talk to a neighbor who's on in the majority side about property, said rent control, immediately said, turn into condos. Turning into condos limits your rent supply. Restricting rent. Now I know the sentiment is either obey our rules or sell. That's a pretty brutal. And accept the totality of our rules or sell. That's not the consent of the governed. And we could look at We could look at studies, like Thomas Sowell has done extensive studies of this. You can look at New York, and when New York said, obey or sell, we don't care. Obey or sell, we don't care. Obey our rules. Houses were turned into condos, rentals turned into slums. Eventually they became untenable, and the tenants were evicted and the buildings were turned down so they could be built into something else. Because the state stepped in and said, we know better. Obey or sell. We don't care. Now, this is just one part. This is one part of the overall rent control. I mean, because certainly there's going to be a lot of people, I would think, I'm expecting, trying to figure this out. I think the real estate market, from what I've heard, they're still hoping against hope that some sort of sanity will return before the end of this session. And that the obey or sell mentality won't come to fruition. Obey or sell, we don't care. That's what they told you, Colorado. That's not control of your property. That's the abolition of private property. This is not allowing people to make contracts. If the government wanted to come in here and step in and say, hey, we would like option of first refusal, I would still say no. Why on earth would we allow that to happen and give a nonprofit in quotation marks for, since everybody's looking down, nonprofit I'm saying in quotation marks because they're profitable. Their profits just go to other things, and they're declared nonprofits. And so what you do is you create an unfair advantage because those nonprofit organizations get to do stuff like hold on to a property for 6 months while your negotiating leverage goes out the window and the price drops, or it's foreclosed because while the state is executing right of first refusal, then what happens? Does the right of first, like if you want to buy a property, you're going to put down earnest money, and it's usually going to be a couple $1,000s to make sure that you're earnest. And I don't remember seeing anything about earnest money, like the state is going to pay the mortgage, that the county or whoever is going to pay the mortgage on this while executing the first right of refusal, while tying up that property, while keeping the owner from doing what they want with their property, while depriving the owner of the property without due process, while violating the 5th and 14th Amendments. What happens during that time? What happens if the owner is in distress and has to sell and then has to sit on the property for 6 months? While the county or the municipality dilly-dallies around and waits for the fire sale because they know exactly the situation of that property. They take an unfair advantage in bargaining, they take an unfair advantage in knowledge, and they weaponize it against the people of Colorado, and this bill weaponizes government against the people of Colorado and against the property rights of Coloradans. And it's wrapped up in the feel-good virtue preening of affordable housing.
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If local government had proven, if government in general had proven itself able to do things as well as the free market, this is yet another nail in the coffin in the obey or sell, obey or sell. And when you decide to sell, after you can no longer obey, we're going to stick it to you again. And we're going to hold you hostage. We're not going to allow you to sell your property. You are not going to allow them to sell their property. This is a disgusting usurpation of property rights. I yield my time.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you,
And an honor to serve with you.
especially after 120 days and we're all exhausted. I have two really serious concerns about this bill. The first is, and I will apply it to a smaller city like the one that I represented. Unfortunately, when government gets, bless you, when government gets involved in purchasing properties, we drive the price up. And so we're going counter against the word of affordability. And I know in many cases, and we do this, we use straw men or straw women to do these kinds of purchases, but in a small community, people find out immediately that the Mesa County or the city of Grand Junction is behind this purchase. It immediately drives up the price. And the second problem I have with this bill, and I really appreciate that the co-primes cut this time down, but we've just given ourselves a tremendous competitive advantage over private enterprise because we've extended, by way of this bill, the time to enact the transaction. And guess what? In that elongated transaction, private enterprise makes the decision to stay awake from that property because they don't want to wait that period of time. They want to look at opportunities that they can implement and execute and finalize immediately. They don't want to hear about a city or county being involved and extending it out. And quite honestly, cities and counties don't have any other choice because they have to go through that approval process. It has to go through their board of directors, or their board of commissioners, or that city council for different stages along the way, as is pointed out in the bill. And that just plain takes time. But in the meantime, private enterprise is sitting there going, gosh, I'm second in the queue. Do you think I'm going to get this? They're going to say, if they have the monies to invest, they're going to say, I don't want to wait. And guess what? In a small community like mine, they take those dollars and then don't invest them in our community where we need it. We can't be in a situation where we're competing against private enterprise. That's not the role of government under any stretch of the imagination. And if you think for a moment that government is purchasing property in smaller communities like mine and it's not known that the city or county is behind it, that's naive. They know it. And it holds the price up, or it even puts a premium on the price. I have a great deal of respect for the co-primes on this, but this is a really, excuse me, but this is not a good idea. We should not be involved in the first rights of refusal on property. Thank you, and I would ask you to vote no.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. I want to talk about how first right of refusals work. You've heard probably too much. But if you hold the first right of refusal, you really need to be fairly nimble. Because if I walked up to an apartment house and decided that I wanted to try and buy that, I would probably write a cash offer in 10 days. So that the person that's holding the first right of refusal would have to match that terms and conditions of that transaction. But with government being involved, and was discussed earlier, just right before me, of how their process takes too long, I understand. But the other thing that we're doing by passing this bill is that everybody in the state of Colorado knows that every government has the first right of refusal on every apartment house above 3 units in the state, regardless if it's Dove Creek, Montrose, Denver, whatever. This is making the news. They may not know how it works. They may not have even investigated the investor types. The sophisticated investors are going to know exactly what just happened. And it will drag things out. But we need to be more nimble. We need to be quicker. How can we do that? Well, when we talk about government, we're not talking about quick and nimble. We're talking about the wheels grind slowly. We've seen that in this building. So it just seems to me like we kind of go against each other's ideas. The people that own that may own multiple units, we don't know why they need to sell, why they want to sell, why. And in the real estate business, we talk an awful lot about motivated sellers. That's a key phrase in the real estate business. Is he a motivated seller? Well, if the wife is sick, or the kids need to go to college, or something needs to happen right away, they're very motivated. So it seems like we're not trying to help the market, we're trying to help the government. Folks, I'm not here to do that. So I would recommend a no on the bill and no on all of it. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1190 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Mabry? Frizzell is excused. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 20 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1190 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1249.
House Bill 1249 by Representatives Armagost and Gonzalez-Gutierrez, also Senators Simpson and Coleman, concerning measures to improve outcomes for young children by replacing justice involvement with community-based services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1249.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I want to thank you all for the incredible work that we did in this chamber on this bill. What the Senate did, we worked together. We worked with stakeholders, and essentially what I think everybody cares most about is the fact that provision to change the age of prosecution has been stripped from the bill. And I know that's what most people care about. And I think that, I don't know that I need to go over anything else, because that's what everybody really cared about, was that we're going to continue to prosecute and lock up 10, 11, and 12-year-olds. So I ask that we vote on the concurrence.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1249. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Catlin Weinberg. Please close the machine. With 46 ayes, 45 aye, 18 no, 2 excused. The motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1249 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1249 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1249 as amended. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members. I don't do this often. I've never actually done this on a concurrence and a repassage of a bill, but I find it absolutely necessary because of what happened over in the Senate. And I really sincerely want to thank my co-prime sponsor, who has been in this work, deeply invested the entire time of this policy. And so I thank you for being there. I'm proud to have sponsored House Bill 1249 as a means of preventing crime, protecting kids, and building strong, safe Colorado communities. I'm more than proud of that work. Throughout session, we've had our children out in our community crying out for assistance, our children and our families, and for their voices to be heard. And today, I feel that we have failed them. Politics won out over kids today, and that is shameful. I feel shameful. And this is politics at its worst. One of the most intensely damaging experiences for a young person is interacting with the juvenile justice system, an experience that research shows will follow a child for 15 years after their interaction, an assurance that they will have a criminal record as an adult. The research shows us. It is our duty to set the next generation up for success. But when kids get caught in the cycle of poverty, trauma, and crime, we all suffer. We're not making this a better place. Our communities are less safe, and our kids are left with a system that strips them of their futures. This bill, in its original version, and even with the compromises that we were willing to make in the Senate, there were tons of compromises that happened, addressing the very issues that everyone claimed to have. This bill was a chance for us to show and teach our kids that they are worth it, that they are valued, that they can be something, and that their circumstances do not have to define their future. But instead, the opposition and the Senate, not our co-prime sponsors, because they are absolutely amazing, and they fought tremendously hard, and I thank them every single day for the work that they did. They chose fictitious due process concerns and fictitious fears to blot out actual due process. Due process is not just a legal concept, it is the embodiment of dignity. Can our children get the dignity that they deserve without having to come face to face with a criminal justice system that has neither dignity for communities, children, victims, nor their families? Amazing author and woman Bell Hooks said, "When we love children, we acknowledge by our every action that they are not property, that they have rights, that we respect and uphold their rights." So I ask, what is the juvenile justice system if not an echo of the adult criminal justice system, created to oppress entire generations. What are rights in theory if they aren't able to even make it through this Capitol? This bill would have allowed us to invest in actual rights and dignity for kids. We would have invested in solutions that are proven to prevent crime, protect kids, and build safe communities. But unfortunately, what I think got lost in these conversations is the fact that we're talking about elementary-aged children. 4th, 5th, 6th graders. Young children who weigh 100 pounds or less on average. Young children whose typical bedtime is before 8 p.m. Young children who can't ride all the rides at Elitch's because they're not tall enough. Young children who, again, as Bell Hooks said, if given sound self-love, they can handle whatever life puts before them. Over and over again, even within our chamber, in the other chamber, we kept hearing from people who opposed this bill that we are doing better than we used to do. And I'm going to take this straight from my fellow Denver legislator, Senator Coleman, who stated, 30 years ago, kids were still being sentenced to life in prison. And ads were being taken out in the paper calling for the execution of innocent black boys who were later fully exonerated. Better, as the data shows us, is still pretty terrible. Instead of saying we are doing better than we were, we had an opportunity to say, how much better can we be? Where can progress still be made? Why are 10 to 12-year-olds being told that the only way they can get help is through this system? And I have heard those very words from families. And despite hearing from experts who work with these kids day in and day out, doctors, nurses, therapists, victim service providers, problematic sexual behavior experts, teachers, administrators, lawyers, law professors, community members, parents, victims, people with lived experience, and others, we were unable to rise to the occasion of building a better future of young children and creating safer communities while doing so. The Senate sponsor for this bill, one of them said this morning, and I think this body also needs to hear this too. The juvenile justice system is not a privilege. It is a pipeline to prison. It's a pipeline to increased harm, recidivism, victimization, dropout rates, unemployment rates, and suicide. Our bill offered a better way to manage low-level behaviors in young children. We carved out the most egregious crimes. We discussed how the status quo isn't working and that recidivism rates for youth are unacceptable. I am, as I said earlier, so incredibly proud of the House. I am so incredibly proud of how you stood there with us. We did what was right, and what we did was just for kids. So thank you. I thank you. We thank you for believing in this bill. And it will not be the last time you have the opportunity to build a better future for kids, because I know there are members in both of these bodies who believe in this and know that there is a different way to do this work. The strike below is our attempt to do the most immediate good for young people with the funding that's available. It's an ability to collect the data that the opposition said wasn't there. You all know, we stood up here and said, counties are saying, we don't know how to serve these kids. We don't know how to do it. They already serve them, and we're going to prove it because we're going to collect long overdue data that should have been started collected over 10 years ago when they started the Crossover Youth Project. These kids are our future leaders. I just want to close again by thanking you again. It is a rare, this is a rare kind of pairing. I mean, I have to say, and I appreciate you standing with me through this fire and being steadfast and committed and just knowing what you see on the other side. And so with that, members, I do ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1249.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's funny, colleagues, please be seated. It's funny that this comes, well, it's not funny. It's interesting that this comes on the last day of session. To come back here and address this in this way. And emotions are high. But please be seated. It makes me nervous. But no, I can't say anything more than my co-prime said about this bill. I took this on a while before session started, and I knew what I was getting myself into. I knew this wasn't going to be a popular bill from a conservative standpoint, and I know the reasons why. But I also know the reasons why I got behind this bill. And I don't have a prepared statement because obviously my heart is behind this for the reasons that I stood behind this. And for the reasons that people oppose this bill brought a lot of good conversations. And those good conversations didn't always end the way that I wanted them to, but those conversations ended with both people in the conversation, if not more, seeing a different side of what needs to be addressed. And I think what we all see coming out of this, whether you were avidly and adamantly against this bill or whether you were 100% behind this bill, everyone had their points of contention. And we addressed those points. And in addressing those points and those carve-outs, we thought we had something that we could move forward with to roll out 2 years from now and hopefully work from there with a new direction to address what's going on with youth crime. Unfortunately, that's not the case as what we saw coming back from the Senate. I do also appreciate the fact that we've jokingly mentioned in the many interviews we've had regarding this bill, and I joke in the fact that with my co-prime, we come from two polar opposite spectrums of the political world, and to meet together in something like this is what needs to happen in this body. Like I've said throughout, many times speaking on bills during this session, the best bills that are going to come out of this House or the Assembly on both chambers are bipartisan bills. And where we can meet in the middle to make something better, which I thought this bill was better with what we were able to accomplish in the Senate up to the last point. But bipartisan bills are the best thing we can bring forward in this General Assembly, and we need to focus more on that, and I hope people do, and I hope this is a point of showing people that that can be done. Again, whether people agreed with this bill or not, I hope that people can see that we need to address something differently to focus on the lowest level, the youngest level of crime, and hopefully stop it at that point before it gets to a point where we have career criminals and people that are unsafe to have in society. So with that, I still stand behind everything I've been standing behind in this bill. I do want everyone to still vote in favor of what the Senate amendments are to this bill and vote on this bill as it is moving forward. So I encourage a yes vote, and I thank everyone, whether you had negativity to bring me or positivity about this bill. It became what it is. It's a start in the right direction and functioning and showing what these programs can be, and hopefully something that can be readdressed in the future with bipartisan support. So I ask for an aye vote, and thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1249 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps. Please close the machine. With 52 aye, 13 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1249, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1294.
House Bill 1294 by Representatives Bacon and Wilford, also Senators Winter, F., and Gonzalez, concerning measures to protect communities from pollution and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1294.
It's so weak, right?
I'm okay with it, Madam Speaker.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the Senate, there were a number of changes made to this bill. First, the interim committee will proceed. However, there will be no bills guaranteed through that process. Secondly, the definition of cumulative impacts was moved out of the bill and into a rulemaking process to be completed by early next year. And then third, there were some technical cleanup language, and we clarified the language around the complaint process. These changes were reflective of the continued stakeholder conversations that we've had, and we ask for your yes vote on concurrence.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1294. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Parenti, I think it's now 50 cents. Representative English is excused. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 18 no, and 5 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1294 as amended.
The question before us is the... Please proceed, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a privilege to serve with you on this last day. I'm hoping it's the last day.
It is a privilege to serve with you.
All right. An appeal from the United Steelworkers, and a reminder that one of ozone's superpowers, in that it exceeds carbon dioxide, is that it's measured in parts per billion. So very, very small changes have a very big percentage change. For instance, carbon dioxide moving from 3 parts per 10,000 to 4 parts in 10,000 is a 33% increase. That gets everybody thinking there's some sort of existential threat. It's worth noting, I don't remember the numbers right offhand, but the part of the reason for these ozone non-attainment days is because the ozone standard was lowered. Now, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, it doesn't really matter. The number was lowered, and that, of course, is going to increase the ozone unattainment. A lot of this pollution, as you recall from previous lessons, comes from other countries. It comes from other sources. It flows up we have two slopes. We have the divide around Monument, and we have the and it descends down. So with the air, as the sun comes up in the east, it starts bringing up, as it warms, it starts flowing up comes flowing up the slope. And it brings everything that it catches along the way. Grass fires, forest fires, anything from states away. And then when the trade winds come from the opposite direction, because that's a heating thing, when the trade winds come from the west, and they come out to here, they bring the pollutants from countries like China, who is burning dirty coal as fast as they can to meet our manufacturing needs, largely to create clean energy. So think of the irony of that we are having our clean energy produced in China, where they're going to burn dirty coal and the pollutants blow over here to us. Now, I'm all for the clean coal, but we don't require China to do it. We just take advantage and we pretend it's clean coal. And then when we say, hey, let's look at an overall pollution footprint so that we have an overall pollution footprint for our, air quotes, green energy, which is green in the sense of the money that's flowing to politicians in China and China. That's the only thing green about plastering thousands of acres of solar panels. It's not green. Those are unrecyclable. So are the windmills. But let's talk about the United Steelworkers, who say a well-crafted legislation in advancing labor, safety, and environmental protection, the goals of Colorado and around the United States. For that reason, our union was a founding member of the Blue-Green Alliance, a group formed to foster mutual respect and collaboration. I'm going to skip down. This sudden introduction and short turnaround time of this bill has made the process more difficult for us. Unfortunately, the bill, as currently written, has the potential to severely impact and eliminate the various workplaces where steel workers make their living, including facilities involved in the steel, paper, cement, and energy sectors. It's for that reason we very strongly oppose the bill as introduced. Now we got a little bit of a reduction on there. I've not gotten anything new from them. Opposing legislation like this is not something we ever take lightly, so nor should the necessary changes be made. We are prepared and eager to reevaluate. Maybe they did. I don't know. I haven't seen it. So just going through this bill, a lot of the issue I have with it is that it focuses on a lot of permits. We have a permitting process right now. Violation, civil action. A person shall not commence an action until at least 60 days after the notice has been provided. Instead of sending out a certification issue,
Representative DeGraff, I'll just redirect you to the version that has come over of this bill from the Senate. Many of these things have been stricken.
I have the revised issue as of May 7. Is there a newer version?
My apologies. We will ask our bill sponsors to respond. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Things are moving fast and furious, so no offense taken. Electrification requirements and emissions, we've already talked about in the previous, in previous discussion of this. Requiring an electrical motor requires an electrical grid to be extended. Sometimes that's going to take a very long time. The pollution requirements are massive. The disruption, instead of using a hydrocarbon-based generator. So we have this idea that doing everything electrification-wise does something positive when we know that the footprint, the pollution footprint right now for electrical-driven, the power, the joules that are created that are brought to your house by electricity after the charging, after the drop, 13% drop in charging, after the 25% transmission drop, I think those are the numbers. Then you have a little bit left, but it took energy to create that energy to get to your house and push it through the lines, and those lines, we need thousands and thousands of miles of these lines. So what we're doing is we're further encouraging a weakening, a stressing of the electrical grid. A lot of these pollutants could have been dealt with more effectively had we had the foresight, had we used the actual science behind the climate issues and not been focused on carbon dioxide, the impact of which is to make things grow. So this is about ozone, and one thing that you need to know when they tell you that the ozone cloud over Denver is this yellow-orange cloud is that ozone is blue. If it's in high concentrations, then you can see it. Very high concentration. So you're not seeing ozone, what you're seeing is hydrocarbons that are brought in. And usually when there's a haze layer, it's because there's an inversion, a temperature inversion, where the warmer air is above the colder air and it caps it until that's broken by wind and sun coming up, etc. And we used to have a lot more of those when they did. But again, we've had so many. We've talked in previous discussions. We passed climate law after climate law after climate law. Businesses are reeling. It's just like the taxes that we put out. When the tax people were here saying they don't even have an idea how to keep up with the tax code. Companies don't have an idea how to keep up with the environmental code before the ink is dry. We're up in the ante. We're restricting it farther. We're lowering the standards. Yeah. And can you get to zero when 70% of the pollutants come from China? What is our measurement? If we get rid of everything, if we stop doing anything in the United States, maybe we could get to 70%. And we would still have that 70%. There are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. And the trade-offs that these type bills recommend are incredibly expensive, and they're incredibly damaging to our economy. They're incredibly damaging to our steel workers. And what happens when these jobs can't compete in Colorado anymore? Oh yeah, we send them to China. And how are those jobs, how is that manufacturing completed in China? Mostly using dirty coal. Where do the emissions come from? Where do the emissions go? Well, they just hop on the trade winds like 99 red balloons, and they just waft over here. And then we get our ozone non-attainment days. And then we decry that and we say we must choke Colorado's economy even farther. We must hurt the people of Colorado even more because they want to breathe. Well, they would also like to be employed.
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are no trade-offs, there's only compromises. This bill does not look at the costs. It doesn't look at the cost of what it's doing. It puts in a civil process whereby somebody can complain against what should be a certification process. If there's a problem with it, it should be the state that's going out to certify. These things are regulated. To initiate a civil lawsuit against a group and put that case into motion, you could talk to a CEO if you could find him, and how expensive that sort of thing is, even just to initiate. At some point, we have to look at it and let industry breathe, because the people in Colorado also need to have jobs. They need to have jobs. We need to have industry. They're doing the best they can. Allow them, get carbon dioxide off the table as a pollutant, because it's not, and allow them to focus on these instead of spending money.
Representative DeGraff, your time has expired. Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Members, I just want to clarify a few things. The Pueblo delegation is down here, and this is something that we felt strongly and we needed to speak to in regards to the Steelworkers Union, in regards to this bill in particular. We've been in contact with them throughout the whole process of this bill as it's been introduced and worked through the process and as it's been amended. And this is something that the steelworkers in Pueblo, in our district, have said that they are not opposed to. And that's just something that we wanted to state for the record, and that's coming from our district, our steelworkers at the Everett Steel Plant. So, thank you.
Representative Morrow.
Ditto.
Representative Leader.
Ditto what he said. I've been in contact with the Steelworkers Union as well in Puebla, as well as Blue Green Alliance, and total disingenuous. Thank you.
Representative Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, members. I just want to be sure that we are talking about the bill. The bill came from the Senate yesterday, and nothing was added to it. In fact, things were taken out, including some of the processes around complaints. And so I hope that when we talk about this bill where it is, that we know where it is. I will say, though, that the things that we are facing by way of ozone, we should be able to talk about. I said in committee, you know, I'm not actually mad at business. Business's job is to be able to create profit. That's what they're supposed to do. And so why be frustrated with them given their charge? However, it's our jobs as elected officials to be able to protect people. That is how we keep this country safe. We have ebbs and flows between government and industry. And our communities, unfortunately, don't elect the board members who are running some of these industries, but they do elect us. And I want to read to you the notice that I got last week within 7 days from Suncor and the notices that go out to people. And I just want to remind you all that people do live close enough to it, so much so that the government and the Department of Public Health needs to send a notice so that people don't get hurt. It says, and I got it in English and Spanish, limit your activities in the open air. Close your doors and windows. If you're using air conditioning, redistribute the air. Consider the possibility of using an air purifier inside. These types of chemicals and toxins can cause headaches, loss of memory, and problems with your equilibrium or vertigo. So I just want to share with you that sometimes we need to ask a question to find that balance. Now, I don't understand why there are assumptions about what I care to talk about in a committee. But I did have conversations with people to figure out what is at the heart of this issue. We heard in committee that we have seen that cloud, and I called it gray and winter months because, quite frankly, there are enough pictures of it. People see it with their eyes. We get ozone alerts on our phones. This isn't something that we're making up by way of existing. And I don't actually think anyone is disputing the harm it causes on our lungs. In addition, no one has disputed that we are out of compliance with federal law. And if we aren't aware, we are exposed to losing funding for our roads, for our water. So I believe it is in the public interest, and it is about time for us to do our best. We have included the minority, industry, to get at the bottom of this because this government will be held responsible for it. So we need to do our due diligence. And right now we're asking for an interim committee, and that's it. And so I hope, members, that at the very least, if you can't support this bill today, that you will allow us to have this conversation because we have people with children and lungs and eyes that we need to answer to. Because they're not asking industry. Remember, that's not their job. Their job is to make money. They got people they gotta figure out how to support, but they're asking us. So that's all that we're asking for in the next couple of months, that we can do our best to evaluate what we're doing, understand the health, and listen to the communities that are very close to this, who have to take their finger and wipe off the soot from their car from what's leaking. But there are also opportunities to learn. So I do want to shout out Pueblo and the clean steel. There are things that we need to learn there that perhaps we can invest in if it can get us to better outcomes for our health. So thank you for listening. Thank you for consideration. I do hope you support this bill. Vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1294 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ricks. Representative Ricks. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 19 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1294, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 304.
Senate Bill 304 by Senators Hansen and Fenberg, also Representatives Marshall and Byrd, concerning changes to property tax valuation practices and in connection therewith, requiring property tax assessors to consider certain information when valuing real property, requiring certain counties use the alternative protest and appeal procedure in any year of general reassessment of real property that is valued biannually, and clarifying that data that a property tax assessor is required to provide at the request of a taxpayer must include certain information.
Members, this bill, just to be clear, the Senate adhered, and so this is consideration of adherence. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House recede from its position on Senate Bill 304.
Thank you, Representative Byrd. Please proceed.
So, thank you. So, members, this is a good bill. We have strong agreement on the substance of the bill as it was brought forward into the House. However, there was an amendment added in our chamber that doesn't have, it needs a little bit more time, I think, to be negotiated. But the rest of the bill is very good, and for this reason, I ask that we recede from our position.
Representative Marshall.
The amendment that was added was well thought and has a lot of credence. The issue, after talking to some neutral tax experts on this subject, is both the Senate version and the amendment really don't add a lot. I have serious concerns about how this process is playing out and what's getting in there, but I have assurances that it is a process that will be continuing to go forward. But the neutral property tax expert that I spoke to basically said it was 6 to half dozen the others between what they were trying to put in the Senate and what we had. I think ours is more explicit and more specific, but I'm willing to adhere to it at this time.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is that the House recede from the position on Senate Bill 304. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ricks. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 19 no, and 2 excused, the motion to recede is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 304 as amended by the Senate.
The question before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 304 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 19 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 304 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of conference committee reports.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 16.
Senate Bill 16 by Senator Hansen, also Representatives McCormick and Sirota, concerning measures to promote reductions in greenhouse gas emissions in Colorado and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to adopt the second report of the first conference committee for Senate Bill 16.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we came to an agreement to fix the part of the bill where small engines like lawnmowers and leaf blowers and snow blowers, where the consumer will get the full 30% discount and the retailer will retain a 3% part of that transaction for their trouble. I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to adopt the second report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 16. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Bacon and Luck. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 18 no, and 2 excused, the conference committee report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 16 as amended by Conference Committee report.
The question before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 16 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Catlin Garcia Lindsay. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 19 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 16 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Concurrent Resolution 1001.
House Concurrent Resolution 1001 by Representatives Weissman and Lynch, also Senators Gardner and Gonzalez, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning judicial discipline and in connection therewith establishing an independent judicial discipline adjudicative board, setting standards for judicial review of a discipline case, and clarifying when discipline proceedings become public.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Excuse me. I move that the House adopt the first report of the first Conference Committee on House Concurrent Resolution 23-1001.
Please proceed. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, as a reminder, this comes to the House from the Judicial Discipline Interim Committee. What the Conference Committee report grapples with is 2 issues. One is how the judge members of the Commission on Judicial Discipline are appointed. The way that we respond to that issue in the conference report is we basically just say, as provided by law, we flesh out the details in the companion bill that we're going to get to right after this one. We also grappled with the composition of the rulemaking entity that will make the detailed rules by which the Commission and the board operate. Where we landed, we think is a fair compromise. The court gets 4 members, the Commission gets 4 appointments, I should say. We don't contemplate that they'll put themselves on, but they're the appointing authorities. The court has 4 appointments, the Commission has 4 appointments, the adjudicative board has 4 appointments. Finally, the governor is to appoint 1 victim's advocate. That brings a new perspective that has been lacking to the rulemaking process. This was adopted this morning, 6-0. We ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee for House Concurrent Resolution 1001. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 3 no, and 2 excused, the motion to adopt the Conference Committee report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Concurrent Resolution 1001 as amended by Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Concurrent Resolution 1001 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Bacon, Bottoms, Bradley. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 1 no, and 2 excused, House Concurrent Resolution 1001 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1019.
House Bill 1019 by Representatives Weissman and Lynch, also Senators Gardner and Gonzalez, concerning judicial discipline and in connection therewith, ensuring complainant rights in judicial discipline proceedings and making an appropriation.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House adopt the first report of the first conference committee for House Bill 231019.
Please proceed. Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Mr. Minority Leader, I have some cough drops in my drawer. I'm going to take care of you after. Members, House Bill 1019 is the second piece of work from the Judicial Discipline Interim Committee. We did one concurrent resolution because we have to invite the voters to change the Constitution to really fix our 50-year-old issue. We also have a companion bill to address things in the level of detail that are not appropriate to put in the Constitution. That's what 1019 does. What the Conference Committee report does is sort of snaps into place with what we just talked about, which is how the judge appointments to the commission go. Right now, there are 2 district judges and 2 county court judges. We're not changing that. We just change how they're appointed. Basically, there's an administrative process where 10 folks who don't have their own disciplinary history are selected out of all of the district judges from the state. The Supreme Court picks their favorite 2. Then we do it again for county judges, 10 judges with no disciplinary history, randomly selected. Supreme Court picks the 2 they think would be the best to serve on the commission on behalf of the court's appointments to the commission. This was also 6-0 this morning. We ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to adopt the first Conference Committee report on House Bill 1019. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bradfield, Kipp, Frizzell, Luck. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 1 no, and 2 excused, the motion to adopt the Conference Committee report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1019 as amended by Conference Committee report.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1019 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 2 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1019, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1147.
House Bill 1147 by Representative Kipp, also Senator Winter F., concerning provisions relating to the adequate training of motor vehicle drivers and in connection therewith, creating an enterprise to educate potential drivers and reimburse third-party providers in counties for a portion of the cost of administering driving examinations, setting limits on the fees third-party providers may charge, providing translation services for driving examinations, and imposing a fee on instruction permits and driver's licenses.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House adopt the first report of the first conference committee on HB 23-1147.
Please proceed.
I am very happy to let you all know that all 6 members of the conference committee voted in favor of this report. It basically reaches a better middle ground between the House and the Senate versions, and I hope you will consider voting for it.
Excellent. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to adopt the first conference committee report on House Bill 1147. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Garcia. Please close the machine. With 46 ayes, 17 no, and 2 excused, the motion to adopt the consideration of the conference committee report on House Bill 1147 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1147 as amended by conference committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1147 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 18 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1147 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1216.
House Bill 1216 by Representatives Story and Froelich, also Senator Danielson, concerning measures to promote safety in the distribution of natural gas.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the first conference committee on House Bill 1216 be dissolved and that House recede from its position and concur with Senate amendments.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I've been working on natural gas distribution pipeline safety almost since I walked in the door at the Capitol after my election to the Senate in 2018. A constituent in my district has worked in the field of natural gas his entire career, including some summers in high school. He has worked the whole system, from the gathering fields to the distribution end and every single thing in between, retiring as a district manager of safety and environment. My constituent retired not long after the Firestone explosion. For those who may not be familiar, the 2017 Firestone explosion in Firestone, Colorado, resulted in a total loss of a family home in a suburban neighborhood, and even more horrific, the loss of 2 innocent lives. Unbelievably, there were 2 survivors who crawled out of the rubble left of the flattened home. The cause was determined to be flow lines that had not been
Please proceed, Representative
The
Story.
cause was determined to be flow lines that had not been properly capped and allowed methane gas to accumulate undetected in the basement of the home, leading to its explosion. You need to know that this constituent in my district is a balanced, smart, articulate, and measured human in his demeanor and presentation. And he is a Republican. He left a voice message for me during my first session, asking to meet with me about a very concerning subject. He shared that ever since Firestone, he couldn't sleep. A statement like this was significant coming from him. Just saying it still gives me chills. The conversation led me to work on natural gas pipeline safety. House Bill 1216 is focused on natural gas distribution pipeline safety. I've had countless meetings, phone calls, Zoom meetings, and text chains over a string of amendments the industry wants in the bill. I implemented many amendments that the industry wanted. Before committee, in committee, on seconds, and even thirds. Amendments that I rejected in the House were added in the Senate to get the bill through committee. The industry lobbyists have been relentless in their efforts to ensure the Senate amendments remain on the bill, with a conference committee looming in particular. In the final days of this session, since Thursday in particular, I have negotiated, navigated, and offered compromising amendments while continuing to ensure public safety on the bill. The industry refused to move from adhering to the Senate amendments. A team of industry lobbyists has worked to ensure the owner-operators have the votes to achieve their goal. They have swarmed the Senate for the last 3 days. No lobbyist is working on behalf of the people or the customers to ensure pipeline safety for the public. What is so grotesque to me is that on this bill, it has become all about money and power, and not about what's best for the people and public safety, and this is wrong. I am forced into a corner to accept the Senate version with a modicum of the elements of necessary public safety, or kill the bill altogether. For nearly a year, the public has been crying out for relief from the exorbitant energy costs that are out of control. The public is screaming for relief from an overbearing industry, and the industry is not listening. The policy work on 1216 has not been about collaboration and compromise with the industry made up of owners and operators. It is not about making the policy stronger. It is all about power and money that will continue to allow industry to put the lives of Coloradans at risk, just like at Firestone. Regrettably, I renew my motion that the first committee of House Bill 1216 be dissolved and that the House recede from its position and concur with Senate amendments.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is that the House recede from its position on House Bill 1216. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, DeGraff, Hartsick, Morrow, Story.
No. Yeah, why not?
Morrow is excused. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 19 no, and 3 excused, the motion to recede is adopted. Representative Story.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1216.
The motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bills 1216. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Catlin Hartsook, Lindsay. Please close the machine. With 38 aye, 25 no, and 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1216 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1216 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1216 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 19 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1216, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, the conference committee for Senate Bill 271. Conference committee conferees are Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy, Reps. Amabile and Soper. Representative Winter. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 88 be granted permission to go beyond the scope of the differences between the House and the Senate.
Please proceed.
Ma'am, basically the CCJJ through a committee hearing was effectively killed, I guess would be the word, and within our bill there was some dates that are going to need to be changed to make sure that our study that can be done in time. So that's the reason we're up here.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And also just to make sure that the Senate got it right, that's also why we're doing it. So.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is for the conference committee to go beyond the scope on Senate Bill 88. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Speaker Pro Tem is excused. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, 3 excused, permission to go beyond the scope on Senate Bill 88 is adopted. Conference Committee for Senate Bill 88 includes House conferees Representatives Winter, McLaughlin, and Martinez. Announcements.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conference Committee for Senate Bill 271 will meet upon adjournment of the Conference Committee of Senate Bill 88 in Senate Committee Room 352.
Representative Winter, do we have an announcement on the time for Conference Committee on 271? Sorry, 88. Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we recess until later today for conference committees to meet.
The House will stand in recess.